I'm not actually starting this, Brittany, don't worry. Good morning to those of you in the room, and we have some folks joining by live stream. We're going to keep trying to get folks in here to get started. I at least want to say hello to the folks on live stream. You're in the right place, but we're going to try to get all the folks that are out there talking to come get started in the room. So thank you guys for being here, seated and on time. We're behind schedule already, and we'll get started in just a minute. Okay, I don't know that I have the authority to get us started, but I'm the one responsible for moving it along in a timely way. So I'm getting us started. Welcome to Who is My Neighbor? A summit on immigration, Springfield, and the church. I'm John, and I lead the team at Holy Post Media, so I bring you greetings from Phil Vischer and Sky Jatani and Caitlin Chess and Esau McCauley, who are not able to be here today. I'm honored, grateful to be in a room with you all. I kind of like that this is the type of event that like your name tag is actually a return address label. Did you catch this? And it's not like a glossy, well put together, clip-on name tag. This is intended today to be a group of people that are kind of united in our desire to love and care for image bearers of God. And in a beautiful way, Christy, Staats, is just a person that makes things happen and says, we just need to get people in a room together to talk about this. So there's been a planning team that has worked hard, and yet I hope that we will all kind of share this stacking hands on doing this event together today, more than it is a smooth, well-oiled machine. We're just a group of people united in stacking hands on caring for image bearers of God around the issue of immigration. So Brittany and I will kind of keep us moving forward today. So Brittany, tell us about you. Yep.
Okay, I'm Brittany. I live up in West Michigan. I also, like Christy, work for the National Immigration Forum, along with some immigrant engagement in my church. I'm really happy to be with you all today. John and I will be shepherding you to the best of our abilities to where to be at any given time, but it's a small group. I mean, there's a lot of us, but chime in, ask questions. We're all of this together. Our hope for today is, I think everyone in this room is united both by a love of Jesus and a love for our immigrant neighbors. And I suspect we might have a lot of disagreements about what policy looks like in the United States, what the best way forward is. But I think we're united by this deep, deep care for people. And as John said, for image bearers to be treated humanely and with dignity for the whole time that they are with us here in the country. I'm really excited for us to grapple with some deep questions, some important conversations, and to just connect with each other like fellow sojourners on this road for what can sometimes feel like lonely work within the church. We hope that you end feeling encouraged that there are a lot of us that share Christ's heart in this conversation.
So great. Let's get us started by, come on in. If you're in the back and you're looking for a seat, let's give you a chance to come find your way in before I bring up our first speaker. The other two things I would say for the folks in the room is we are doing this kind of hybrid event. So we're going to try to care for those in the room as well as our friends online. And therefore, when we say start times of sessions, we're going to try to hit those, because otherwise there's going to be people online wondering where we are, okay? If you haven't figured it out, we're a room full of adults here. Bathrooms are down that hall, and if you can't find them, keep looking around or ask somebody else. We will tell you rooms where seminars are, but if you can't find it, knock on a door, ask somebody. We're, again, kind of in this together. So we're going to start by hearing from Pastor Rich Nathan. Let me do a quick bio on this. Sorry, Rich, I have to read it. Here we go. Rich will lay the groundwork on why followers of Jesus should care about immigrants. He's the founding pastor of Vineyard Columbus, where he served as senior pastor from 1987 to 2020. And prior to becoming senior pastor, Rich taught business law at The Ohio State University. I'm from Chicago, but I know how to say that. For 5 years. He and his wife, Marlene, have been married for over 40 years, have 2 children and 6 grandchildren, if his bio on his website is up to date. So come on up, Rich Nathan.
Thanks. Excuse me. I got this on. So thanks, and it's great to be with you. And I continue to serve at Vineyard Columbus as founding pastor, and I know a lot of you. We've been in this work for quite a while, and so it's just good to look out on friendly faces and know that we're not alone, which is an encouragement, because sometimes you could feel like, wow, the things that God has put in my heart, I'm the only one. But like Elijah, God has lots of people who he's called. So what I want to do today is just begin the day by laying a biblical foundation of why should we care about immigrants. Because before we rush out and try our best ideas about justice, and we're going to come up with, our really cool and innovative approaches, it's really good to hear God's word. And what are God's thoughts about things? Why should we care, and how should we treat people? So I'm going to start super basic, and that is, why did God create anything in the first place? Why is there something rather than nothing? And this is a big topic in Christian theology. You know, why did God create in the first place? And people have offered different reasons. One reason that folks have offered is God created for his glory. And that's a good biblical answer. The Psalm says, the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. Isaiah 43 says, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made. So God created for his glory. Other theologians answer and say, well, the reason why God created in the first place is because God desires to share his love with people and with the rest of creation. And that's a great biblical answer. God wants to share love. 1 John 4:8, God is love. And so God created human beings in order to have creatures who could respond to his love and offer love back. A third reason is because God wanted to create a people for himself who would worship him and serve him. Here's what it says in 1 Peter 2. But you're a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. Once you were not a people, but now you are the people of God. Once you had not received mercy, but now you receive mercy. But I don't think you'd go far wrong if you were trying to figure out why God created everything in the first place and why is there something rather than nothing, to offer the reason that the Apostle Paul did in Ephesians chapter 1, verse 10. He says that God's plan was to put into effect when the times reached their fulfillment to bring unity to all things in heaven and on earth under Christ. In other words, the reason why God made things is to bring everything together under one leader, Jesus Christ. Everything. And you see this from the beginning, that God always has had a purpose to bring things together. Right at the beginning of Genesis, two become one. God wants to bring men and women together. At the end, he's bringing heaven and earth together. And that's what we find at the end of the story. God and human beings dwelling together. That's what it's like. So God's ultimate purpose is to bring everything together, to reconcile everything. By the way, just here's a free one. Ephesians 1:10 has a really unusual Greek word in it. When it says that he wants to bring everything together or reconcile everything, the Greek word is literally to sum up everything. Some of you who are familiar with your Bibles, you've heard that phrase before. He wants to sum up everything under one head, Jesus Christ. And the picture is drawn from math. We sum down, right? We say, when we teach math in first grade, it's 1 plus 1 equals 2, and we have a line, and then under the line, we add the sum, right? And that's why we talk about the bottom line. The bottom line is like what everything added up under the line. The Greeks did it exactly the opposite. They summed up. They had a column of numbers, and then they had a line above it, and then above that, they had the sum. And so what Paul is saying is, above the line is Jesus Christ. He's always above the line. So if we're trying to do works of justice, Jesus always has to be above the line. Because if he's not above the line, our desire to create justice is always going to result in some kind of injustice. The way we work justice is to follow the just one. Not to come up with our concepts of justice and then pursue that. We follow the just one, and he works justice, because as we try to bring people together, our human efforts always result in some group dominating another group, or some group absorbing another group, or some group eliminating another group. And so what we're trying to do is have Jesus above the line, and then everything comes together, okay? So, how will God bring about his purpose in the world of bringing everything under the line under Jesus Christ. How is he going to do that? Well, here's another theological term that most of us have never heard. I heard it first from a great New Testament theologian named N.T. Wright. He said, God is a deanthropic God. Big word, deanthropic God. What does that mean? God, the God that we encounter in the Bible, is a working through humans God. He works through humans. He's deanthropic. In other words, God has chosen to limit his work in the world to what he can accomplish through human beings. He, in other words, doesn't work around us. He doesn't work in spite of us. He doesn't work above us or below us. He works through us. He's the deanthropic God, okay? So if this work of reconciliation, bringing everything under one head, Jesus Christ, is going to happen, it's going to happen through me and you and the church of Jesus Christ. That's how it's going to happen. Okay, praise the Lord. So, why should we care for immigrants? Well, why should we care in Jesus' church? And I'm just going to tick things off. I came up with 10 because 10 is such a good biblical number. I mean, when God created the world, he spoke 10 times. And he gave us 10 commandments. So 10's a good biblical number. So here's 10 reasons, real quickly, if you want to jot these down. First of all, we are supposed to care for immigrants because the Bible says we're commanded to love immigrants. Here's what we read in Leviticus 19, verses 33 and 34. When a foreigner resides among you in the land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as you love yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. Now, it's interesting that the first application of the commandment, the real famous commandment to love your neighbor as yourself, is love the immigrants. Here's a thought for you. In the Hebrew Bible, there's only really 3 subjects that people are commanded to love. Just 3. We're commanded to love God, right? With all our heart and soul and strength in the Hebrew Bible. We're commanded to love our neighbor as ourselves. What is the third group that we're supposed to love? You know, in the Hebrew Bible, husbands are never commanded to love their wives. You have to wait for the New Testament for that. Wives are not commanded to love their husbands. It's not, and nowhere in the Hebrew Bible. Children are not commanded to love their parents. Even in a society that valued parental authority so much, children are never commanded. We honor our parents, but not love our parents. So, what's in the top 3? Nope, that's Jesus, New Testament. Immigrants. Alongside of God and neighbor, we are commanded to love immigrants. That's how important the immigrant was, the foreigner. Some of your translations say the alien was to God. Why should we love immigrants? Why should we care? Here's the second reason. We mentioned it in the opening here. That is, immigrants are made in the image of God. All of them. Every human being is made in the image of God. Whether we're native born, foreign born. Here's what we read in Genesis 1:26 and 27. Then God said, let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so they may rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky, over the livestock and the wild animals, over the creatures that move along the ground. God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. What does it mean that an immigrant is made in the image of God? Let me give you one specific biblical application of this idea of immigrants being made in the image of God. And that's found in James chapter 3, verses 9 and 10. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth come praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be. What is James saying? He's saying that the way that we honor the image of God in another person, at least one major way, is how we speak about a person. What comes out of our mouth. So when we say that another human being is vermin, when we say that immigrants are poisoning the blood, when we say that these folks are rapists and criminals and have been released from mental asylums and they're coming like swarms over the border, we're not honoring the image of God in another person. No one who is a follower of Jesus Christ could ever say that. No one who submits to the authority of Scripture could ever use that kind of language regarding another human being. Why should we, as followers of Jesus Christ, care for immigrants? Here's a third reason: because we see Jesus in the guise of an immigrant. You know the story from Matthew 25. Jesus says, "What you've done to the least of these, you've done to me." And here's what we read in verses 35 and 40. "For I was hungry, you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in." The king will reply, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these, my brothers and sisters, the least of my brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Immigrants are Jesus' brothers and sisters. He says that. And so what we do for an immigrant, we do for Jesus. And by the way, just random thought. The ultimate reason why we serve anybody else is for Jesus. Because if you serve people just to serve them, you'll burn out. Because people are ungrateful. Our efforts don't produce what we want. We're often disappointed with the results. After a while, if you're doing justice just because I want to do it for this person, you won't last. But if I do it for Jesus, I'm helping this person for Jesus' sake. Oh, that's something that's eternal. Here's number 4. Why should we care for immigrants? Because immigration in the Bible is fundamentally a religious question, not a political question. It's fundamentally a religious question. It's part and parcel of our devotion and worship to God. Here's what we read in Deuteronomy. "When you've entered the land your God is giving you," and this is Deuteronomy 26, by the way, if you're taking notes. "When you've entered the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance and have taken possession of it and settled in it, take some of the first fruits of all that you produce from the soil of the land the Lord your God is giving you and put them in a basket. Then go to the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name and say to the priest in the office at the time, I declare to the Lord your God today to the Lord your God that I have come to the land the Lord swore to our ancestors to give us. The priest shall take the basket from your hand, set it down in front of the altar of the Lord your God. Then you shall declare before the Lord your God, my father was a wandering Aramean. And he went down to Egypt with a few people and lived there and became a great nation, powerful and numerous." What's going on here? There's the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, great theologian, said in interpreting this text, he said that what the Hebrew Bible is doing is bringing together two things that the ancient Near East never brought together, and that is worship and ethics. And what the Hebrew Bible is saying is you cannot be a worshiper of God and treat other people unjustly. No one in the ancient Near East ever said that before. In the ancient Near East, worship was one thing. And it's the way lots of church people are. We go to church, we raise our hands, we sing, we tithe, we offer sacrifices, we do worship stuff. And then it doesn't really matter how we treat other people. The God-inspired word that we find in the Bible ties these things together. I can't worship God. I can't say I'm a worshiper while I treat other people badly, okay? So we care for the immigrant because that's part of being a worshiper. Here's a sixth reason, and this is a tough one, but we need to hear it. Why should we care for immigrants? Because God will judge us if we don't care for immigrants. Here's what we read in Deuteronomy 27, verse 19. Cursed is anyone who withholds justice from the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. There's a curse on us and a curse on the nation. You know, there's a story in the Hebrew Bible way back in Genesis that many of you might be familiar with. It's a story of the treatment or mistreatment of a woman that we know in the Christian church as Hagar. We call her Hagar. She was a slave girl, trafficked up to from Egypt to the Promised Land, taken up there by Abraham and Sarah. What you may not know about Hagar is that name actually is Hebrew, Hagar, for the immigrant. Her name means the immigrant. That's how she was related to. She was the immigrant. And they mistreated her. And so what happens? She goes out into the desert. She runs away from the mistreatment. Heard her cry. And that's why she named her son Ishmael, which means God hears. The Lord hears. Now, this is what we find out about the God in the Hebrew Bible, and that is, he hears the cries of the oppressed. Always. He heard the cry of the blood of Abel, who's crying out to God. God hears. God heard the outcry of those who are being victimized by Sodom and Gomorrah. The outcry goes up to God. God hears. He hears the cry of the Israelite slaves, and God hears it. And what does God do when he hears the cries of the oppressed? He judges the oppressor. So, why should we care for immigrants? Because we don't want to live under the curse of God. Number 7, why should we care about immigrants? Because we followers of Jesus are commanded to practice hospitality. Here's what we read in Hebrews 13, verse 2. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by so doing, some have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Now, Christian hospitality is not, it's not Martha Stewart. It's not hospitality in the Christian Bible is not bringing out your best china and, you know, having flowers on the table and whipping up a gourmet meal and, you know, all of that. That's not what Christian hospitality is. Christian hospitality is literally welcoming the stranger. It's welcoming. The Greek word is philoxenia. Philo, love. Xenia, stranger. Philoxenia, welcoming the stranger. It's the opposite of xenophobia. Xenophobia is fear of the stranger. Philoxenia is welcoming the stranger. We're called to welcome the stranger. Number 8, almost done. Why should we care for immigrants? Because the family of Jesus is always a transnational, trans-ethnic family. Acts 11, verse 26 says the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. Why were the disciples first called Messiah people? That's literally what it means to be a Christian, Messiah people. Why were they called that in Antioch? Because unlike the rest of the Roman world, which divided the world up, there were strict classifications between rich and poor, between aristocrats and ordinary people, between slaves and free people. The Christian church practiced this, unbelievable elimination of distinctions between people. It brought folks together. Slaves were elders in churches, and they were leading their masters. And so when they came together as a transnational family and broke down these boundaries, they began to see that other people who were different than them were part of the Jesus family. And so the first thing you see these believers in Antioch do is they take up an offering for the Jewish Messiah followers in the Promised Land. because we're all part of one family. So we care for immigrants because they're part of our family. Here's number 9. Why should we care for immigrants? Because if you're a follower of Jesus and you care about evangelism and you care about the future success of the American church, listen, we are witnessing the collapse of the church in the West. All over Europe, the church is just imploding. In many parts of America, the church is imploding. But then you see on fire, vibrant, growing, healthy churches in these, de-churched areas. And who's populating those churches? Immigrants. The largest churches in London, the largest church in Paris, the largest church in Berlin, those are immigrant churches. In the de-churched New England, because we don't have eyes to see what God is doing, in de-churched New England, there are these vibrant immigrant churches just being planted everywhere in Boston. In Austin, Texas, progressive city, 150 immigrant churches just got together to have this massive worship service in Austin, Texas. And so if we care about the cause of Christ continuing in our own country, we'll care for immigrants. And here's number 10, and finally, because if we care about fulfilling the Great Commission, we're going to welcome immigrants. Listen, when American churches reach immigrants in their own community, the people in the church gain a heart for the nations. We want to do missions in our churches. In all evangelical churches, it makes no sense to send out missionaries to Central and South America when Central and South Americans are living in our community. When we welcome them, we'll gain a heart for the nations, and then people will go out. So, if you consider yourself a disciple of Jesus Christ, fundamental definition of a disciple is we hear God's word and we obey it. That's what it means to be a disciple. We hear God's word and we obey it. God's word calls us to care for the immigrants. Amen? Amen. Let me pray, and I'll turn it over to the next presenter. Lord, thanks so much for your word. You don't leave us clueless. You don't leave us guessing regarding the will of the Almighty, but you reveal your will to us. We pray, Lord, that what we're hearing today, that you would convict us, that you would underline things in our hearts, and, Lord, that we would be practitioners of the word, not just hearers. We welcome your presence in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
All right. As I said, this is the kind of event that uses name tags, mailing labels as name tags, okay? So that's foundational here. It's also, we're going to be bringing some chairs up as we go here. We're not a well-oiled machine. So let us get set up. Oh, boy. Good catch. Okay. Here we go. Cheer on Christy Staats. She carries chairs. She organizes people. I was... a few years ago, I was in a book study at this predominantly black church in Chicago, and this kind of old grandmother of the church looked at me and said, "The problem with you white people," now this was said compassionately, it was, you've never had to carry two emotions at once. So if you are if you are kind of lamenting or dealing with hard things, you too often just kind of push it all out to get to joy. And this has been like that. I had no plan of saying this. I was trying to buy time to get chairs up here. Now they're here. This has been like the last 10 years of my formation and discipleship has really kind of come out of that statement about a part of those of us in the privileged category sustaining this type of work really comes down to, I think in a lot of ways, a growing ability to hold more than one emotion at a time. So I feel some sensitivity about this day that it was such a sobering, difficult topic. And yet I also believe what Willie Oh my gosh, this part I did have this quote written down. Willie Jennings says, but let me get the quote right. It's on here somewhere. About joy is the most, like one of the important parts of the resistance. And so I do just kind of want to name that for us today, that we're talking about a sobering topic that has real implications for image bearers of God. And yet I also hope that on some level today you feel the freedom to laugh with a friend, to meet new people, that it's okay to smile today, that part of what we need to do to stay in the work of caring for God's people is that we hold more than one emotion at a time. And so there was so much of what you said, Pastor, that feels like weighty and sobering, and yet I hope that there's some joy in the day as well. So I'm going to bring up Napp Nazworth and Caleb Campbell. I'm going to try to organize my pages here so that I'm going to introduce them correctly. You guys can grab a mic here and organize these chairs. Let's see if we can get this to work for you there, Caleb. Napp is the executive director of the American Values Coalition, specialized in religion and politics for his PhD in political science, and for his dissertation, he studied the Christian right during the George W. Bush administration. He spent 8.5 years as a politics editor and journalist at the Christian Post, watching and writing about how churches approached immigration and other important issues. He's studied how Christian views on immigration have changed over time, and therefore brings both head and heart to this conversation. Napp Nazworth. Let's give it up for Napp Nazworth. Okay. Pastor Caleb Campbell leads a church in Phoenix, Arizona. I have had dinner with Caleb, and I do know he knows how to have joy. He covers a lot of serious topics and is a fun and silly man. But he leads a church in Phoenix, Arizona, right at the intersection of faith and immigration. Through his ministry and recent book, Disarming Leviathan, he's helping Christians have honest, grace-filled conversations about what it means to follow Jesus and his heart for our immigrant neighbors. He's walked alongside church members wrestling with these issues and knows firsthand how to build bridges when people disagree. So they're going to help us understand how we got here, and more importantly, how we can strengthen and multiply the witness of churches that continue to welcome the stranger as Jesus taught us. So we will ask a couple questions here, and I'll sit down with you guys. Napp, if you would get us started on how has the American Christian engagement with immigration evolved in the United States?
Well, I think one of the biggest changes we've seen over the past 20 years or so.
Is the mic working? Not quite. Sorry, Napp.
Testing.
Better?
Just need to hold it closer. Okay. So I think one of the biggest changes we've seen over the last 20 years or so is that it used to be that immigration was one of those issues where conservative and liberal Christians would work together on these issues. I know when I studied the Christian right during the George W. Bush administration, there was a divide, right? There was still some xenophobia within the Christian right, but it was more fringe at that time. And this was actually through the Obama administration too, when I was a journalist for the Christian Post. I'll give you a great example. So I was at a Christian right conference during the Obama administration. This is a few years before Trump, and I remember Phyllis Schlafly coming out and giving a speech that was very sort of dehumanizing of immigrants, and it was a little shocking even in some ways, some of the language she was using. And it was very much like a speech you would hear Trump give today. So then this is like long before Trump came on the scene. But the interesting thing about that conference is, and what happened, so after she was done with her speech, the moderator of the conference came on, who was Carlos Campo, a Hispanic evangelical leader, and very pro-immigrant, and he just sort of did a quick fact check of one of her points that she had made, and then he announced the next speaker, who was Samuel Rodriguez, another Hispanic evangelical leader at the same conference. So you had both those views going on at the same Christian right conference, and at the time, it felt to me like Phyllis Schlafly, what she was presenting was just sort of this fringe view within the Christian right, but that fringe now has become the mainstream within the Christian right. And so I think that's been the biggest shift we've seen.
So if that's kind of a journalist dissertation overview of the landscape, Caleb, you have been pastoring in a church. I'm curious from your perspective, like what is the evolving of perspectives on, how's it evolved, perspectives on immigration evolved in the kind of pastoral context?
Yeah, in our context, we are about a 50-year-old congregation in the Phoenix suburbs, non-denominational Bible church. Phoenix is actually, we talk about immigration all the time, border state. I'm about 3 hours from Rocky Point, Mexico. But also a lot of refugees get resettled in Phoenix. We're one of the more popular destinations. And so our congregation has been involved in caring for immigrants and refugees for decades. And the shift really, what I've noticed, I've been in this congregation since 2001, met the Lord there, on staff since 2006, so I've been there for a while. What I've noticed is that it had previously been immigrants were viewed as people who are different, but not inherently criminal. And one of the shifts has been to conflate criminal activity with immigrant. So that kind of redefining what immigration means or immigrants mean. Most of the folks in my congregation who are now maybe anti-immigration, when you have a conversation, they're anti-crime. And they've associated crime with immigrants. So that, I think, is a big shift that I've seen over the last 20 years.
So I know you a little bit better than I know Napp, not a lot better. But I just want to press that, like, what does that mean? Like, that still sounded like a little bit surfacey. How does that show up, that a church member that's anti-immigration has connected that with actually being criminal? Do they say it to you? Do they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
say more
I'll give
about
you,
that.
for instance.
Yeah.
15 years ago, if my predecessor would have told a positive story about an immigrant from our church advocating for reform, people probably would have been like, that sounds great. That's great. Last year, I shared a story about one of our leaders, a young woman who is a DACA recipient. She grew up in our church and has been advocating at the state capitol for specific reforms around tuition fees for state college, that she would get in-state tuition fees. And there's this beautiful story, and I'm glad to share it with y'all at lunch when we do the workshop, but I told a positive story about her showing Christ-likeness to a political opponent. I didn't say anything about DACA, I didn't say, she's an immigrant, and set the scene. And that was met with a Bible study in my congregation, basically getting to the point to where they had an ambassador from the Bible study come and meet with me, who said, you need to get on stage and tell people you're anti-crime. And I said, what is giving you the impression that I'm like pro-crime?
Yeah.
Like as a theologically evangelical pastor, I thought we could just assume I'm down on it.
Yes.
But honestly, they had gotten themselves in the subsequent conversations that was all based on fear and anxiety, that they had gotten to the point where they felt like their pastor did not care about their well-being, because in speaking positively about an immigrant, they had filtered that through the lens of immigrant equals crime, and therefore, because Pastor Caleb did not say a corrective word about crime, I mean, I'm not making this up, literally, crime.
Yeah.
It's like, you got to say you're anti-crime. That they had felt like I didn't care about their well-being because they had so closely associated immigration with criminal activity.
Well, I'm going to bring it back to Napp here, but and I think this will happen over the workshop at lunch, but one of my reasons for my admiration for your pastoral work, Caleb, is that you will tell that story and the absurdity of that story, and yet and you have pastored in a way that is not condescending towards, you understand where that fear is coming from, that Bible study. It's absurd that they might be making the implication that you're pro-crime. Obviously you're not. And yet they too are image bearers that have some core thing that they're wrestling with. And I just appreciate the way that you have done that work. So Stay
what
for
happened-
lunch.
what
Stay for
happened
lunch.
next? Yeah.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Stay around for lunch. Okay.
That was so good.
Right. You were about
Always
to
be
answer.
closing.
You were about to answer.
Got to leave them wanting more.
So, Napp, I'm going to come back to you for kind of round 2 of your question, but I actually, not in the notes. Will you describe what American Values Coalition does? So I gave the bio of you were in journalism, now you're running American Values Coalition. Can you say that, and then I'll ask you the next question.
Yeah, so American Values Coalition helps people who either are conservative or have friends or family members who are broadly defined conservative Americans who are now going down a dark road of extremism, misinformation, due to where they're getting their news and information from right-wing media sources or their social media or whatever it is. And so we want to help those on the right, have those friends and family members that they love, that they care about, help you with resources and information on how to rebuild that relationship, oftentimes if it's a broken relationship, and how to help them sort of come out of that that sort of rabbit hole of extremism and misinformation that we've seen so many of our friends and family members go down.
Again, I would say what a beautiful ministry. So thank you for that. So go back to your original question, your original answer on like how the immigration has evolved and the talking about it. Why has it changed in that way? Why could Phyllis Schlafly and those other names that you mentioned be in a room together then and not now?
So we're going to have a lot of pastors speaking today who can talk about sort of the spiritual battle aspects of this. I'm going to stay in my lane and give you the social science answer.
Yeah.
So I think and it's complicated, but I'll talk about the 3 main things I think are going on. The first is partisanship. Partisanship is a very powerful thing because when you become loyal to a political party, what happens in your brain is that you're going to trust sources that identify with that political party. You're going to distrust sources that don't, and so your brain is processing information in a way that you're not getting the full picture, not getting the clear view of what's going on. So and it's a very powerful thing that happens in our brains. When we become very partisan in our thinking. The second one is the change in the media environment, and there has now been created this right-wing media bubble that a lot of people are in. And this started really in the 1990s for good reason, wanting to create alternative media sources because so much of the mainstream media sources had become, had a liberal bias. But then what has happened over time is that right-wing media has created their own bubble where there are certain things you can't say, there's certain information you're not going to get if you're in that media bubble. And so we've seen a lot of people who, if you're conservative, you tend to trust only those media sources and don't really trust anything outside of that bubble. And then I think the third thing that's happened is social media, and especially how the algorithms give us a distorted view of the world because they will elevate the most extreme content, the craziest content, and so it gives us this really distorted view of what most Americans actually believe, which is not the far right or the far left, which is the stuff that you mostly get if you're on social media. And then, of course, the algorithms also it's all confirmation bias. They'll give you more of what you like, right? And so you tend to get this very distorted view of the world.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to leave that. I had things I was going to say, not needed. So if that's kind of the big picture landscape again, you then, Caleb, are trying to hold the folks together that the algorithms are sending different information to, and you're trying to minister to all of them. And so you've started to tell that story, but how do you minister to a people that are fearful of immigrants, may even be spreading disinformation with being a church that's trying to care for immigrants?
So ethnocentrism is not a new problem. The Apostle Paul, much of his ministry was telling Christians in small house churches to knock it off. I would just invite you to read through Paul's letters through the lens of Jesus' prayer in John 17, that the church would be one. And one of the divisions, there are many, there's economic divisions in the church, the rich and the poor, there's social, but there's also ethnic divisions. And so, if I could say it this way, it's very natural for people in our congregations to be afraid of the outsider. This has always been a problem that the church has had. The American church, over the last 50 years, because of the homogeneous growth unit principle, that you can grow a big church by focusing on one target demographic, usually if it's in the Phoenix suburbs, it's a white, middle class, college educated, and you can get to 10,000 people that way. And so for 50 years, we've been telling leaders the way to grow your church is soft ethnocentrism. And so it's no wonder that our people are very confused when we start talking about the outsider being welcomed in, because we haven't modeled that for them. And so I just want to notice, one, it's historic. Two, we've been discipling them towards this. And so the way out of that will be probably another 50 years of elevating the stories of our brothers and sisters who are not yet in the room, because we've gotten to this space, and figuring out, and this requires a ton of discernment, but figuring out safe, healthy, grace-filled ways to bring people together around tables. And there's a lot more to say about that, but a lot of it is for a pastor, and I'll just invite pastors, one of the things that you can do is you can give voice to those who people are not listening to. You do have usually the capacity to tell a story, to invite someone to give testimony, to invite people to read scripture in a different language, to start normalizing the distance between you and me, not as a threat, but as an opportunity for us to grow, and then inviting your people to embrace the discomfort of the diverse local community. And I would just, it seems to me that putting misfits at tables was the core method of discipleship of our Lord. And he would always bring people who didn't belong together and then say, so the fruit of the Spirit is kind of pointless if I'm just with people who are just like me. But when the fruit of the Spirit is manifest inside of a communion of saints who don't belong together, boy, the manifold wisdom of God is on display. And helping our people catch that vision that empowers them to embrace the discomfort of the diverse local congregation. They'll say, yes, we want that, but what really the issue is I don't want to do the discomfort stuff unless I see a bigger point towards it. And so I think casting that strong vision also helps.
And that's essentially the poorly told story I was trying to tell here, that like my discipleship journey of being able to hold more than one emotion at a time is the only way I was going to put myself in uncomfortable situations, because if the vision that's being told to me as somebody that can avoid discomfort, the unjust ways of the world make it that I can avoid discomfort if I want to. And as a relatively affluent, white, straight man, all the categories of privilege, I can avoid discomfort. And I needed a vision that was big enough to make it worth pursuing some discomfort. And I needed to grow in my formation in a way that pursuing discomfort did not mean I had to get rid of all joy in my life. And I think previously, without having those words, those were the two options I thought. And if the two options in front of me are discomfort or comfort, I'm going to choose comfort over and over. But if the option is to have both at the same time, then I have a chance. So anyway, that's my attempt to connect that poorly told story. Napp, I'm going to ask you the same question, Caleb, and these need to be kind of brief answers. What is one practical step that you would encourage churches to take to build meaningful relationships with immigrant communities in their area?
There's a lot of resources out here
Yes.
On the tables I would point to. I would leave you with just one thing, and that is speak the truth. I think the Springfield lie, which we'll talk about the next panel, I think is a preview of what's to come over the next year, maybe 4 years. And truth needs advocates. One of the reasons that lies spread so easily is that people who know the truth it's easier just to stay quiet. it's hard to tell the truth in certain environments. You know, you can lose friends, you can lose income, but it's so important. It's so important for us to always be advocates of what is true. You know, when I say speak the truth, it's not like to the mirror. You know, it's like actually out there, like advocating for what is true.
Yeah, amen. Caleb, what would you say?
Yeah, I'm going to say it crassly because of time.
That's why I like you, Caleb.
Make sure there's immigrants on your staff and elder board, and work like hell to make sure that white people don't have home field advantage. I'm just talking to like white pastors. Whatever the majority is in the congregation you serve, work in such a way that nobody has home field advantage. And what I mean by home field advantage is you may have on your staff page or your elder board page a diversity of people, but when it comes to picking the playlist at the potluck, when it comes to picking what kind of coffee, what kind of, like all the 10,000 ways that we can other people unintentionally, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to spread the power around in such a way that we're all in the position to defer to the needs of the other, engaging in equity, not charity. So good.
Let's give it up for these guys. You guys can stay here during the transition. So this, just hang on. I'll tell you when to leave. I'm gonna read off a list of. I wanted Napp to say a little bit about American Values Coalition, and I'm gonna read off a list of the organizations that came together for today's event. But I want to be clear: this is not like when the MC gives credit to the really rich sponsors, and you got to make sure the people that gave a lot of money get credit. That's not what I'm doing here. I want to say that the organizations that came together for two reasons. One is I do think it's a picture of the body of Christ that says, like, we are going to work together and not go our separate ways on this. Secondly is these are resources as in different areas of specialty that it's worth you just knowing where else can I go for more, and American Values Coalition is one of those. So as we transition, Brittany's going to come up and bring up the next panel, and we will move to our seats. Thanks, guys.
All right, as our next panel comes up, I was thinking, bear with me, this story connects. We were helping my grandparents downsize from a house which I would not call my sweet grandmother a hoarder, but I would say she never let go of something she might one day want. And one of that was this board game called Generosity, a Christian board game. It was from the 80s. Think like the game of life, Christian style. And so, of course, like, this was my whole personality for about 3 days. I made all my family play it with us. While I'm telling this story, if you're on the Springfield panel, please make your way to the stage. But one of the cards you could draw was, like, and you would get points for it, was your church sponsored a refugee family. And that was like on the board game of things that Christians were known for. I don't know how far the reach of Generosity, a Christian board game was, but whoever was building it like associated that with a thing that Christians do. And I just kept thinking about that on the last panel of like, how do we get back to the point? Because I'm a little afraid to know what like the current Christian board game squares would be in the United States, but I would really love to have that care for immigrants captured in a card again. I don't know about you all, but I am particularly thrilled to hear from this panel. Did anyone else hear about Springfield, Ohio this fall? I think we all heard about Springfield in ways that were not charitable, were not favorable, were ultimately not true. I remember kind of the shock and horror of hearing about our neighbors being spoken about in such crass ways. And I'm really excited that today we're going to get to hear from 3 men from Springfield, Ohio, who can help us understand what do they wish we would have known? How do they wish we would have been introduced to the town of Springfield and the real challenges and the real opportunities that are happening there? So thank you all 3 for being here. Would you each mind briefly introducing yourself and saying where you work or what community you're affiliated with?
Good morning. My name is Vilés Dorsainvil. I am the executive director for the Haitian Community Help and Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. And that says something.
I am a Vilés pastor, and I'm the pastor of Central Christian Church.
My name is Brandon. I work for Nazarene Compassionate Ministries, which is part of the Nazarene denomination, and my wife pastors at our Home Road Nazarene Church in Springfield.
Thank you all so much for being here. Vilés, what do you wish the average American knew about Haiti before we get into Springfield locally?
I really wish, and thank you. I thank you for having me. And I really wish the average American knew that Haiti has a rich and a resilient history that is often overlooked. Haiti was the first nation in the Western Hemisphere to abolish slavery and establish a republic, achieving independence from France in 1804 through a successful slave revolt, an extraordinary accomplishment, actually. This independence, though, came at a high price, as the country was burdened with a massive indemnity imposed by France in exchange for recognition, which crippled the economy for decades. Haiti is also home to a vibrant culture deeply influenced by its African heritage, French colonial past, and indigenous Taino roots. Its art, music, and cuisine are celebrated globally, yet Haiti has faced persistent challenges, including political instability, natural disasters like the earthquake in 2010, and external interference that have complicated its development. So understanding Haiti's history and its ongoing struggle can provide a more nuanced perspective of the country beyond the stereotypes, helping to foster empathy and appreciation for its people's strength and resilience.
I'm just thinking, how much do we, as non-immigrant Americans, have to learn from a people who your freedom was so hard fought and you're still paying the unfair consequences of the freedom that you deserved from the jump. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm excited and eager to hear more about what Springfield has been like for you. But Pastor Carl, could you tell us, what do you wish the country knew about Springfield specifically?
I wish the country knew that the arrival of Haitians in our community was the best thing to happen in 50 years. We were a shrinking Rust Belt city. We were one of the fastest shrinking cities in America, and we became one of the fastest growing small cities when Haitians started to arrive. So that would be one thing. And the other is just that the church stood up, and within about 2 days of President Trump's comments, pastors were coming together to do a press conference saying that's not true. And it was wonderful to be a part of that and to see that. And those are two things.
Yeah, thank you so much. Vilés, what was happening in Springfield for you that we did not hear about if we were just tuning in to the national news?
Yeah, and this is a very good question. I think that, to me, it's the frontline workers, the police officers who are so professional when they come across an accident. They have that kind of way of calming people down out of the way they are furious. And the school teachers, out of the professionalism, trying and the expertise, trying to make every kid feel welcome. So this is a very good thing. And the nurses at the hospital, even though they encounter immigrants that they don't speak the language, but with the heart they have to serve, trying to find a way just to answer questions and accompany the immigrants in the hospital. People might believe this is an easy thing to do, but when you encounter a person from another culture and giving that person service while you don't speak the language, but still you keep your demeanor, you are wise enough just to walk in the person's shoes and to serve it, this is a thing that should make the headline, but unfortunately, the focus was on other things.
This is going off script a little bit, but you mentioned the teachers, and that made me thinking about the children in Springfield. Do you serve a lot of Haitian children in your ministry, and what have the last few months been like for those kids?
I think that shifting from a culture to another one, they're adjusting themselves. And the responsibility that we have is to work with the parents to help them better integrate the community. And also, we had like a very big Christmas party for them, and just to make them feel welcome, and work with local organizations, work with kids, and to educate them on the Haitian cultures, how they have to work with those kids, and how to accompany them as they are looking their new identity and a new culture. So our responsibility as an organization is doing what we can to make sure that those kids find their identity in vast American culture.
I'm just so encouraged to just think of you all supporting those kids and welcoming those kids through what I just am sure was a very unstable time amidst an already unstable time of being immigrants and adapting to a new culture. So thank you for all the work you're doing. Brandon, could you tell us a little bit about how your kind of faith community has been impacted by relationships with Haitian immigrants or other immigrants in Springfield?
Yeah, sure. Well, I wanted to mention just first off, too, there's a friend of mine named Michael out here, and his wife is Marjorie, who does so much work in the Haitian community in Springfield. I know the two of you know her, and you would be much better served for her to be up here instead of me. So I wanted to mention that. I'm sorry that Marjorie is not with you today. It was interesting hearing Vilés answer that question about how, we're serving children and how are children being impacted, and then how are they impacting others. It reminded me of when my son, who's 14 now, was still in elementary school, and he had a friend named Maratson, and at the time, of course, Haiti and immigrants in Springfield weren't in the news in quite the same way as they were this last fall, but we knew there were many Haitians moving into Springfield, and my son had this friend named Maratson in his class. And I think it was 5th grade, and I remember we were looking at his grades online, and in one of his classes, his grades were like really low compared to his other. And so we asked him, and then we contacted the teacher, and she wrote back and said, "Oh, don't worry about it," because I think he was flunking. And she said, "Don't worry about his grade. We have a Haitian in the class who doesn't speak English very well, and Gabe refuses to do his work and sits with Maratson and helps him translate his own lessons so that he can be doing his work." And I told him, I was like, that's the best way you could ever get out of homework. Please keep doing that. He has tried other ways since then. I had it was really great to hear from Pastor Nathan and Pastor Caleb this morning. A couple of the things that each of you said really resonated with me. And so as a way of answering your question, I wanted to mention 2 things. I had a conversation. So the Nazarene church that I'm a part of, it is exactly what you think of when you would hear conservative evangelical church in the U.S. All the good things about that, all of the often rough things about that. And I had a conversation a few weeks ago with a member of our congregation who I would describe as a very conservative member of our congregation, politically, religiously, very conservative member. And I was having this conversation with him about Haitian immigrants in Springfield. And he was an example of a person, if we want to talk about people having multitudes and sitting in the tension of discomfort and not feeling like you have to choose one emotion or even one viewpoint over another. He was talking very clearly saying, I don't think that they should be here on the TPS program. I don't think the TPS program should exist. Now, we can disagree there. We do disagree there. But the way in which he spoke about the congregation members that have been with us for 6 months exemplified the image of God and honoring and acknowledging the image of God. So he had this political disagreement. And it goes back to a phrase I use all the time in all of my work. Like, in the absence of all the right political solutions, we're still required to act morally. And he was this very good example of someone who I know is very conservative and yet wasn't allowing that to disciple him in his Christian walk and his view of who we had. And I think that's much of the church's task going forward, whether it's about Haitians or other immigrant groups or anyone in particular, is not allowing ourselves to be discipled by the social media, by political opinions, but rather by what God has asked us to do and be.
Oh, Britta, that is so good. It reminds me of, I'm not going to say it as well as Russell Moore said it, because I could never, but I remember him saying something like, we're supposed to love our neighbor and not ask, should they be my neighbor, before we do the action. And I think that's what you're speaking to. Will someone tell me what time it is? Oh, okay. Can I put you guys on the spot for a question I didn't write down? Okay, we know what the challenges in Springfield were not. We are pretty confident that the challenge facing Haitians and others in Springfield is not related to pets and people taking them. But what are the challenges, like, in the opportunities in Springfield that we can be praying for and serving alongside you if possible?
I mean, there's a new alliance coming together in Springfield called Springfield Neighbors United that is seeking to advocate for immigrants, to equip the church to respond, and also to provide direct aid. And that is something coming together very quickly. Didn't exist 3 weeks ago, but it's kind of taking off, and we appreciate everyone's prayers for that.
Absolutely. We'll be praying for that. Vilés, could you share something?
Yes, I think that the anxiety in the community is still there, because we are in a time of uncertainty because of that fragile status that folks have. They are concerned of what can happen next. And they're asking questions in terms of what to do. But our responsibility is to do training for them. And we have, like, the executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance, Mrs. Gailin Joseph, and her organization and mine are drawing together and do some training for folks, because I think that we can empower people through knowledge for them to know their rights. And if something happened that they encounter in ICE officers, how to behave themselves, they have the right to remain silent. And also we train them to develop plans, personal plans and family plans. And I know that Jackson was organized like a training on that by Pastor Carl's church, just for folks to know what to do and how the leaders, the local leaders, can stand in solidarity with those immigrants. So this is the way that local leaders, organizations, and churches have been working together to make sure that we are not God just to help them to get rid of the fear that they have, but we try to equip them in a way to know how to face the fear. And we have, like, mental health people, and some of the English class, after English class, they can come together and train them on how to behave themselves in times of uncertainty, or when they are facing fear and anxiety. So these are the work that we do, and I will ask you to keep praying for those immigrants in the Latinos community, the Haitians community, and the immigrants at large, because if I can experience that fear in Springfield, I cannot tell you how it is nationwide. So what you're doing here today is the best thing, to stay in solidarity with those folks, to let them know no matter what, there are God's people standing with them. So this is what I can say.
Yes, and I think we'll talk a little bit about how we can practically do those things, but I think these are really important things for us to be praying for. Brandon.
Yeah, is it okay? Can I mention a challenge for the church in supporting Haitians in Springfield?
Yes.
I really appreciated what Pastor Caleb said earlier about if you look around your congregation and there are not immigrant voices in charge, that's a problem, right? And I think often, most of my professional work is sort of in the development world, and very often we have this Western paternalistic mindset where we think we know what's best for the people who are in need, and that's simply not the case. We are not creating enough space within our churches to listen to and elevate the voice of those who are actually in need, and not just those in need, but want to flourish and want to organize them for themselves the life that they want. And so I think that is a big challenge for our church. And when Pastor Caleb was speaking earlier, it reminded me, and I want to share with you one very specific example that maybe you can actually take to your churches about one way that you can do this. We have two pastors in our denomination, Marcos Canales and Jennifer Guerra. They live out on the West Coast. I invited them to a workshop years ago. And during that workshop, they were talking about the multi-ethnic, multi-generational church, multi-immigrant population that they were a part of. And they said, we recognize in our congregation there are different levels of power. You know, some people in the community have more power than others. Within our denomination, within our congregation, they have more power than others. And so every week they had a communion service at tables. They gathered people at tables, this powerful place that Jesus utilized all the time, and they had communion together. But during that communion time, they specifically paired people together that they knew had different levels of power in the congregation and in the community. And they specifically, in the process of communion, asked them to explore and discuss how their different levels of power affect them on a daily basis in their relationship to the community. So if the church in Springfield or elsewhere is to respond well to the needs in their community of immigrant voices or others, it has to begin with the dismantling of the power that those of us hold and are unwilling to give up.
I think you gave everyone some good homework, pastors in the room, or for us to go talk to our pastors. It's beautiful. Dr. Carl, could you tell us a bit, before we close with some practical things, like what is your prayer and hope for the American church at large in light of everything your community has experienced?
I'm going to get there.
I'll hold you to it.
I had a ton of media exposure when this first happened as a result of an AP story. And I anticipated lots of hate mail and tons of nasty emails. And what I experienced instead was this huge groundswell of support from people who said, this is what I want the church to be. So we have not lost people. We've actually gained people because we've gone out on this limb. I think it's an opportunity to rediscover what the gospel is. And what I hope comes out of this is a fresh understanding of how central advocating for justice and caring for immigrants is to the gospel. And I think the world is hungry for that. And I think that when we do that, to me, I don't separate evangelism from advocacy for immigration. I think it's the same thing. And a lot of the people who have started coming are people who had left the church 20 years ago and hadn't darkened the door since then. And they're coming back. And I think of several examples where people came down the aisle for communion with tears in their eyes because they had not been there for so long, who came back because they saw the unity between us and our Haitian friends.
It's beautiful. That is so beautiful. Before we close, and again, I'm going to put volunteer. Are you all, you're sticking around the rest of the day? So we can feel free to strike up conversations with anything you wish I would have asked and I did not have time to. But I think we all kind of know we're looking ahead at this really uncertain time. It is very likely that people who are in the United States receiving temporary protected status could lose it soon or at some point in the next 4 years, which I think is a sobering thought and a worry for most of us in this room. How can, even if we are not in Springfield, how can we come alongside our immigrant neighbors during this time? And what's your best tip for each of us in the room? And I'll ask that to all of you.
Mine is very brief. I'll just spend every bit of social capital you've earned. Those of us who work in communities, who are often there, we have relationships, we have resources in the community, spend every bit of it. You might get it back, you might not, but but don't save it up for some other time. This is the time now to spend it and to use it. I think that the next 4 years, I'm not a pessimist, I'm actually a very hopeful person, but hope is really only hope when it's hard, when it actually seems impossible, that's when it's hope. And I think the next 4 years are going to be a time where the church has to be very hopeful, and we have to spend everything we've collected during this time.
Yeah, I've been experiencing two things since last fall. I've been experiencing that way in America where bigotry or xenophobia is still there. And this is what happened to Springfield. But at the same time, I've been experiencing the beauty of America through people driving miles away just to step by and see how the community is doing. We've been receiving very huge support. People composing songs to send to us and cards and I believe that I am still hoping and optimistic in the good faith of how God used those people. And as my faith leads me to understand that in the time of chaos, God can bring order. So we do not know what will happen, but my faith tells me that what makes America America is the people God calls to stand with the most vulnerable. And the best thing for the way bad things can happen is when the good people do not do anything. So you're on the right path here. Even this event is the beginning of something, and praying and acting is the best way forward. So our reporters told me that it was like a wishful thinking to be optimistic about the upcoming administration, but I believe in my heart that God is all powerful. So this is my hope. Yep.
Amen. Final thought for us, Pastor Carl.
I want to give some credit to our community leaders. I don't consider myself a Republican. Most of the community leaders in Springfield are, and they did an amazing job. So it broke down some of the partisanship. They went out on a limb, they spent a lot of their political capital. There were cases where there were death threats against their children, threats to rape their wives, and they stood strong for the most part. It just reminded me of the potential to work locally during this next 4 years, and there may be more opportunities to really have influence at that level than at a national level. One other sport, like our church put up these little cards that said, Jesus loves you and so do we, in Creole. And we went to places where Haitians were shopping and just handed them out. And one teenager took the card and just started weeping. We just took him in our arms and prayed with him. But there's another guy who took the card and he walked away, and then he turned around and he walked back. And he said, I just want you to know the vast majority of people in Springfield are very good to us. And that was a hopeful
Wow, that is. Thank you for sharing that. I think one thing for all of us in this room is like we now have all met and heard stories from 3 men from Springfield. And as they said on the previous panel, one of our jobs is to tell the truth. And I think now as we hear this city referenced again, each of us can now come back and share something that we heard today because we've now gotten to bear witness to their stories. And I think that's one way we can be truth tellers as we go out from here. My other challenge is I think these men are correct that the next 4 years are going to really be a pivot to the local rootedness, serving where you are. I also don't want us to discount the value of raising our voices to our elected officials, ones that you voted for and ones that you didn't. If you are like lots of millennials like me and don't like to talk on the phone, I sometimes call at 501 because then you get their voicemail, but it still counts the same when they're tallying up who made the call. And so I think there is value in kind of just this long, making your voice heard, and it can feel like a drop in the ocean that does not matter. But we've seen times, we saw during family separation in the previous administration, it was in large part the voices of evangelicals that helped turn the ship around. And I think we can be faithful in the next 4 years. Locally and to our elected officials. So thank you all so much for sharing your stories, and more importantly for just the ways you've all been faithfully serving in Springfield. So let's give it up for these guys. All right, so now we're going to pivot to our breakout sessions. You might have already had time to peruse what they are when you were registering for the event, but if you didn't, I'm going to read them, give you a moment to think about which one most appeals to you. Oh, they're also on the screen, but it's kind of small. And then I will tell you how to get to the various places you might want to go. So your options are going to be care ministry with immigrants. Is it back up there? No, okay. We can put it back up if you have time. So care ministry with immigrants is option 1. Option 2 is advocacy for better immigration policies. Option 3 is access to legal services run by Immigrant Connection Dayton. And number 4 is organizing with immigrants and migrants, organizing for change. So the good news is this same group of sessions is going to happen again after lunch. So you're really picking your top 2. You're going to have a chance to go to both. I'm going to briefly tell you kind of how to get to where you want to go, but there's going to be lots of us around that can point you in the right direction along the way. And then we will meet up at these rooms at 10:45. So we'll have a little break in between. So if you want to go to care ministry for immigrants, you're going to go all the way to the other end of the building. So I think that way. If someone, okay, thank you. Through the community room and enter the fellowship hall straight ahead. If you want to do advocacy for better immigration policies, you're staying right here in this room. Access to legal services is in classroom A. So you're also going to exit the sanctuary, go to the left. You'll see some tables and classrooms on the right. And then organizing with immigrants and migrants is in the community room. So keep going all the way past the bathrooms and you'll see the community room straight ahead. It is okay if you didn't remember any of that. We will point you in the right direction. So let's regroup at 10:45. Thank you all so much.
Check. Hello. I'm just doing a mic check real quick. All right, people in the back can hear this very clearly. Two. Oh, there's my bass. Hello. That's not bass. Can you hear me in the back a lot more clearly? So we have to eat the mic like that. Here, it's not so clear. Right here. Okay, that's the sweet spot. Okay, now we've tested. Here. I will tell. All right, do we have a microphone? We do. If anyone in the hall is here for the advocacy session, we are going to begin. And if you want to keep talking, I'm okay with that. We didn't leave enough space for you guys to talk and make friends. So if you get sick of hearing me or Matt, just leave, just go have a conversation. I think one of the most powerful things about these events is all the connections that can be made and the partnerships and the ways that we can work together. So I'm zero offended if you just get bored and walk out in the middle of this. You might have something better to say to someone else. So my name's Christy Staats, and you've probably gotten a few of my emails. I work for the National Immigration Forum. I have been the regional mobilizer for the last 6 years. This is actually my last event doing this role. I've worked with faith, law enforcement, and business communities, more on the conservative to center-right side of the spectrum, but we work in a nonpartisan way, and I'm just so thrilled that you're here. We're going to talk about advocacy for better immigration policies, and before I did this work, I worked for a Christian organization called Crew for 15 years. I was a campus minister in Europe for a decade, and most of my time was spent having conversations about Jesus in the student union over beer or halal chicken. So I joke that I've, for some odd reason, only done career jobs and choices that have made people very uncomfortable. So let's talk about religion and politics. So if you're uncomfortable with that, it's okay. We can have a nice conversation about God and politics. So we're going to talk about advocacy. And so first of all, I'd love to see a show of hands. Has anyone done any kind of advocacy before when it comes to contacting your elected officials? Raise your hand. Okay, we've got the choir here. Has anyone done any sort of advocacy at the local level, talking to elected officials? Okay. And then at the state level? Okay. And the federal level? All right, so it's good to know who we're talking about. So for some of you guys, and I've gotten to know a couple of you in this room, you're gonna probably know half of my presentation. I'm here with my friend Matt Bevere. Matt just retired from Ashland Seminary, and he is working with the National Association of Evangelicals. So we're gonna tag team this, and then we've got a local ministry from Cleveland, and we're gonna interview the director there and kind of get really practical. But so a few things. So as we think about advocating for better immigration policies, I assume in a room like this that there are people, it's a church Christian event, so I'm assuming most of you are Christians. But I always assume if I'm in any event that people might be here because they care about the subject. You might care about your immigrant neighbor, and you might not be a Christian. So if you're not a Christian, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. And so there are a lot of reasons people can move towards advocacy, but I'm going to start with one that as a Christian, I really hope frames your worldview. And I'm going to call it the Christ-centered idea of advocacy, or the cross-centered idea of advocacy. So if you are a Christian, we know that Jesus is our mediator, that he is our advocate. 1 John chapter 1, verses 1 and 2 says, "My dear children, I write this to you so that you will not sin. But if anybody does sin, we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ, the righteous one. He is the atoning sacrifice for our sins, and not only for ours, but also for the sins of the whole world." So the Christian point, the worldview, is that God himself has made himself known to us, that he has shown up here on earth, and he has paid for our sin through his death on the cross. He is resurrected, and that he stands as our mediator. He is our intercessor. He is the one who makes us right with God. He is our atoning sacrifice. We can think of that from the Hebrew scriptures, the Old Testament, of instead of a Passover lamb, we now have Passover Jesus, who stands in our place. And so the whole Christian world is surrounding this cross-centered form. But what does that do in the life of a Christian? And so one of the things, so I've been in this world for about 10 years. And one of the things, as I've looked at scripture more and more and more, I've realized there were these gaps when we think about pestering our elected officials for better policy, sometimes there's a really far distance between them and our theology. But one of the things the Lord has continued to impress on me is as I have received the grace and mercy from God, Dietrich Bonhoeffer talks about the whole of the Christian life as grace, then it should transform me that I have received such mercy, so I want to run out and I want to give mercy to others. And so one reflection for me as a follower of Jesus is after I experience the grace and mercy of God, I want to be the beggar who runs around telling people where I got bread. Hey, can I tell you about this Jesus? At heart, I'm an evangelist who fell into the world of immigration. So that is one way. But the other way is I was really shaped by the British Evangelical Church. I lived in the UK for 10 years. And one of the things that really shaped me was the idea that as we become Christians, then it frees us to transform the world around us. And when the New Testament was written, when John was writing this as an exile about Jesus being our mediator, Jesus being our advocate, he lived in a world and an empire that your voice didn't matter. But we live in a democracy, and so this incredible opportunity we have is that our elected officials work for us. And so one of the things that I'd love you to think about as you walk away from here is, how has the gospel shaped how I raise up my voice for my neighbor or for my own community? And am I shaped by the cross? So what's our current reality? So the UNHCR, they keep updating the numbers of the number of globally displaced people. This number for me, I keep having to change my PowerPoints every month. This year, it has jumped by 5 to 10 million people. So the last I checked, it was at 123 million people have been forcibly displaced by the end of 2024. When I started working with refugees a decade ago, the number of displaced people was 59 million. So we've more than doubled. The current US reality, so I'm gonna give you some kind of policy things that are coming and where we're at, and then I'm gonna shift over to my friends Matt and Sharon, and they're gonna share a little bit about some really tangible things we can do, and then we're gonna finish with a bit of discussion. But the current reality is we're gonna see a lot of different immigration changes in the first 100 days. First is a lot of stuff is broken already, and then there's gonna be more pressure on the system and more pressure on people. So refugee resettlement, it is the way that many people get resettled to this country. It's a State Department program. It was created under Jimmy Carter. Its highest number of people resettled were under Reagan. During the first Trump administration, he put out a number of executive orders his first week in office that stopped refugee resettlement. There was moratoriums. There was the travel ban that banned 7 Muslim-majority countries. That was fought out in the courts for a while until non-Muslim countries were added, and then it was allowed to stay. So one of the things that we're expecting is that there is going to be a dramatic reduction to refugee resettlement. So what could happen is executive orders that would ban certain countries again. Officially, the number is set at 120 million are supposed to come in this next fiscal year. But if those executive orders come out, that will be drastically reduced. There's also, within that population, we've got Afghan allies that we evacuated several years ago. We've been advocating in Congress to give them a pathway to permanent status. The Afghan Adjustment Act has not passed yet, and so their status will continue to be up in the air. Most likely, most of them will go through the asylum system, but they could be waiting years to have the pathway to citizenship. And we left a lot of Afghan allies behind. So I'm in the process and have been for the last year of sponsoring a family from Afghanistan through a private sponsorship program called Welcome Corps. It's a new program that allows private sponsorship. However, it's tied to the refugee resettlement numbers. And so there's a gigantic question mark is if refugee resettlement gets axed in some way or reduced significantly, are people privately sponsoring refugees also going to lose those folks? The strong chance is that will stop. So a week ago, I had to have a conversation with this family. I've been walking with them for 4 years. They've been pursuing a case. They were owed an immigrant visa for years for working with our military, and they still don't have it. And so about 10 months ago, we started sponsoring them. They finished every step, and they're literally waiting on a decision. And I had to tell them, if these executive orders come out, it could, worst case scenario, you'll never come to the US, even if you're granted a yes. Best case scenario, you could have a plane ticket bought and then it could get canceled and there could be a fight in court. So we had to have a really challenging conversation. So that's up in the air. There's conversations about mass deportation. So the second one is, what is going to happen? So first, there is a lot of fear in immigrant communities whether or not this happens. So just the words and the threats have put a lot of fear in undocumented communities, but also in communities with people who have some sort of legal status because they don't know if they will get caught up or that their status will get canceled. We actually don't have the capacity right now for mass deportation. It requires private prisons. It requires a huge participation with local law enforcement. So one, the infrastructure isn't actually there. But in some states, there have been orders from governors that the local police cooperate with ICE. If that gets federalized, if people agree to, it could increase that. If private prisons are built, that's one thing that could enable that to happen. And so that's a big question in the minds of a lot of people. Now, actually, President Biden deported more people than President Trump. So mostly people who had come through the border, but looking at these realities, rhetoric puts people in fear, even if President Trump isn't necessarily the person who's done the most deportations. One thing that will probably change is who is added to the deportation list. So DHS rules will change. President Trump, under the first administration, had a very open set of deportation proceedings, and he has said he wants to do that again, which will mean everyone is targeted. President Biden has focused on those who have criminal records, and so one question will be, if folks have been here for 25 years, they're undocumented, they own a home and a business, but they're not committing felonies, they could get caught up in more irregular raids like that. Whereas some presidents will focus just on those who have violent offenses. So that is up in the air. The next question is on temporary protected status. So last week, those who are here from Haiti, from Venezuela, from a number of other countries, TPS was extended, but it is a temporary status. And so it can be extended for 18 months, usually sometimes 24. So that has been extended through 2026. But during the first Trump administration, we're looking at patterns. He did get into office and in the first few months canceled TPS for El Salvador. And so that got fought up in the courts for a long time. In the end, those from El Salvador weren't, they didn't lose their status, but that was up in the air for a long time. And people from El Salvador, a good friend of mine was a pastor, lost sleep and cried herself to sleep for the better part of 4 years over her status being lost, and she had been in this country since she was 5. So you'll have two things. One, the reality of what will actually lawfully happen to this status. Will it get changed? And then there's the mental strain on, even if it gets fought out in the courts. I've learned this is why we're a litigious country. That's what the courts are for. But it still has deep impacts on folks. So right now, TPS is extended, but that could change depending on executive orders. An executive order, though, does give it a lot more of a, it makes it harder to override in the courts, I will say that. This morning, DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, a circuit court in Texas has ruled that it's unconstitutional, setting up for another Supreme Court fight. So DACA was ruled, it was banned during the first Trump administration through an executive order. It fought its way through the courts for several years. In the end, the Supreme Court said that it was capricious and mean-spirited, was how they phrased it in the first sentence, and they sent it away because it didn't have the legal justification. So what's recently happened is there have been a number of court cases in lower courts, and DACA has been ruled unconstitutional. So it has opened a space where if the right legal arguments were made, that those who are here on a DACA status or under an unconstitutional status, it could technically be overridden by the Supreme Court. So we have over 800,000 DACA recipients in the country, dreamers. Most of them have been here since they were very young children. And so that status is up in the air. There's also been, the status of dreamers is one of the most non-controversial things in immigration. Everything in immigration is controversial. About 87% of Americans say give the Dreamers a permanent status. It is supported by both sides of the aisle. There have been bills, a DREAM Act, since 2001, but it still hasn't passed. So that is soon possibly going to become urgent if DACA is overturned. And then the border. So, a lot of this election was won on people feeling really anxious about the border. My Latino cousins voted for President Trump because of anxieties about the border. So there's a big question of, in the minds of many Americans is, do we know who's coming, and is the border out of control? So that, the question on how we police the border will come up. The question will be, what do we do with those who are lawfully seeking asylum? So I think one of the most confusing things is people pursuing asylum at the border is lawful according to our law, but we don't have the immigration judges to process people quickly. We have a very backlogged asylum system, so we need people to fix that. This government will probably have a more enforcement focused. We're expecting things like Title 42 and Remain in Mexico to go back in place, which will keep people outside of the country who are trying to seek asylum. So lots of questions. So I'm going to transition. So the question is, then what do we do? Like, that's what our state, and there's a million more things, but what do we do? So right now, I'll say there's like a 4-part thing that we can talk about: moving our neighbors or ourselves in the form of advocacy. Apathy, awareness, action. If Abram's up there, let's move to the next slide. And then advocacy. Thank you, sir. I think looking at this room and your show of hands, we're at the point of action and advocacy. So I know a lot of us are thinking, hey, how do I move my community behind me? So I'm going to bring Sharon up here, and Matt is going to interview her. And then Matt's going to talk about some of the more practical, like what we can do, as well as then how we can move our communities along with us who don't have the same thoughts. And I'm going to step off and grab water because I'm about to have a coughing fit.
How about now? Yeah, okay. So first of all, thank you for all being here. So glad to see you all here. And one of the things I was telling Christy was it's so nice to see people meeting each other face to face for the first time when they know each other through Zoom meetings, and there's that kind of, oh, yeah. And I have said to a couple people who come up to me and I did not recognize, which was a little bit embarrassing. And I said, I didn't recognize you without the Zoom box around your head. So if you need to use that excuse today, please feel free to take it. So Sharon Hughes, so glad that you are here with us. Thank you for taking the time and coming down from Cleveland. I have a few questions I want to ask you, and I do want you to tell us a little bit about the work you do at the Hope Center. But before we get into that, I would like to talk to you a little bit about some previous experience and how it has helped move you into the space. We saw up on the screen the 4 stages that Christy put up there, moving from apathy to awareness to action to advocacy. And I think for those of us that are in the action and advocacy space, we can talk about the experiences that moved us into that space where we said, I have to do something about this. I just can't simply have certain thoughts, certain beliefs about this. I need to do something. So I kind of want to talk a little bit about that with you, Sharon. So if you could tell us a little bit about your experience, because you come to us from Chicago, and working for Chicago Public Schools, and you had a lot of proximity to Dreamers. So how did DACA impact the community as you saw it, and how did it impact your own experience?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I feel really grateful to be here. And I hope my mic doesn't pick up on my stomach grumbling because I'm hungry. But so I'm currently the director at the Hope Center, which I'll talk about soon. But kind of my journey with the immigrant community outside of my father being an immigrant started with Chicago Public Schools. And just after college, I traveled the world for a few years working with different organizations, and then I came back, found myself as an English teacher in Chicago Public Schools working with the parents. So a lot of people had come as undocumented immigrants. They enrolled their kids in schools, and my job was to support the parents through English programming. Kind of the demographics of the schools that I worked in, it was over 90% undocumented immigrants was the parent population. So very quickly, I got to know these parents, and I knew from kind of the outside what their stories might be, but I think in the classroom, I was really able to hear in greater depth what they had gone through. And really, at that time, I didn't have kids. I was just married, so I had all the time in the world to hang out in people's kitchens and make homemade tortillas and, spend time at family parties and weddings. So I was really embracing these relationships. And so I got to know a young mom named Margarita from Guatemala. Her and her husband came over from Guatemala. They had a son in the U.S., so my husband and I got to be at the hospital right when she had her baby. She had nobody here, no family, no friends. And then about a few months after she gave birth, she called me just kind of beside herself, and ICE had broken the door of her apartment, had come in the middle of the night and arrested her husband, who had a minor. I think he was driving without a license. So anyways, he was detained by ICE. And I think it was in that I ended up, downtown at the police station with them, and he was actually deported. And so she was left in Chicago as a young single mom, did not know the language, with a brand new baby. And I think I just kind of firsthand saw what that world looks like. So then that's just one story that kind of paints a picture of the community I was working with. And then, funny enough, my sister ended up meeting and marrying a DACA recipient. And then a year later, my first cousin ended up meeting and marrying a DACA recipient. So we were able to see firsthand kind of their journey in coming forward to the government. I mean, that's a scary process in and of itself, to kind of gather all your documents, and because you don't know when these programs could be pulled or ripped. So with the courage that I saw my two lovely family members go through to get their documents together, to apply to become a DACA recipient, the struggle, the multiple emotions that they were holding at once was truly eye-opening. So that really, really connected me deeply with that demographic.
Okay, there we go. So currently, Sharon, you are the Director of Immigrant and Refugee Ministries at the Hope Center in Cleveland, which is part of the organization Building Hope in the City, which, by the way, is just a wonderful organization. The work you do is amazing. Tell us a little bit about the work that you do at the Hope Center and a little bit about the people that you serve.
Okay, so the Hope Center is based in Cleveland. We are a welcome center that sort of supports the community at large, but also really supports resettlement in Cleveland. So what started as a few refugees knocking on the door of Building Hope in the City turned into renting a space in the basement of a church to host a few English classes, turned into the church selling us the building similar to this, and us renovating the space. And now it is a welcome center. We serve upward of 400 people a week that come through our doors. Everyone asks me, where do they come from? And I would say the top 4 countries right now, it wasn't always this, was Afghanistan, Syria, Congo, and Sudan. We run about 20 different adult education classes, ranging from English to financial literacy to citizenship to mental health. We're the only place that serves the refugee and immigrant community in Cleveland that offers free childcare. So we have an early childcare center for moms who are or families that come for our classes. We have a legal team, so we're working on naturalization cases, family reunification cases. We have people around the clock that are waiting for people who need help with public benefits. We have job services. We have a kitchen entrepreneurship program. So there's lots and lots of things going on at the Hope Center. One thing I will say that I do think kind of ties into what we heard earlier is 70% of our staff is from the immigrant community. So if you go into our child care center, you will hear Dari, you will hear Arabic, because those are our staff members who are with us. So yes, that is just a little picture of the Hope Center. It's a really beautiful place. I always say, much is given, even more is received at the Hope Center.
It really is an amazing place. If you get up to Cleveland and want to come by and see it, I'm sure they'd be welcome to do that.
I love giving tours. Anytime, you're welcome.
Wonderful. So let me ask a question that has to do with how the political landscape can shape the folks that come to you for assistance. Governmental policy can certainly significantly affect the work of organizations like the Hope Center and those people that are served. So could you briefly discuss maybe one policy that if it would change, that it could hurt your work and possibly the refugees and asylees that come to the Hope Center?
Yeah, I think just off of what Christy, we serve all different statuses at the Hope Center, but the people that are the biggest demographic of who we serve are a part of the refugee resettlement program. So just in 2024, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, broader Cleveland area, resettled 1,400 refugees. I'm a part of a collaborative of people working in this space, and they are expecting that number to go to zero. They, at some point. So I just think just starting there, just the sheer drop in the ceiling of how many people we're letting into the country is going to impact us. And I guess I want to just give a really short story. When this happened last time, we had a mother from Eritrea. This was probably 2016, who had been separated from her daughters for 12 years. She was able to flee the Civil War, made it to Cleveland, spent 12 years trying to prove that she was the mother of her daughters who were stuck in Eritrea. And she finally got clearance after 12 years. And then, Eritreans were banned from coming into the U.S. And she had to wait 4 more years to receive her daughter. So in 2022, she went to Cleveland Hopkins Airport and was reunited with her daughters, but it was a 4-year delay. And so it's not just resettling new people that are coming, it's people's family members. It's people who have been waiting for a very long time, and it's people from the most vulnerable places in the world. It's people from Sudan, from Syria, from the Congo, who desperately need to start a new life. So yeah, I think that also impacts our legal team, because we might not see the immediate effect now, but it takes close to 5 years for you to be ready to apply for naturalization. So if our numbers drop so low now, it's going to be several years down the line where, people who want to become citizens, that number is so much lower.
Well, thank you for that. I can't imagine what it would be like to be separated from my children for all that time and have them in a vulnerable and dangerous position. I have one more question for you. And this question is about your own journey. So tell us about your journey toward greater involvement in advocacy work for refugees and asylum seekers. and what has brought you to the conviction that you should be even more involved in advocacy work, and what do you plan to do to make that happen?
Okay, well, I just want to be really honest with you. If I wasn't asked to be on this in this group, I probably wouldn't have chosen it because I don't always consider myself an advocate necessarily. I think I've always been in the work with the people in relationship. And I think I've sort of existed in this space probably now for over a decade. And I think something that God is expanding in my work, particularly with stepping into this role, is a more holistic view of how to care for refugees and immigrants. So I would probably be most inclined to be in the caregiving breakout session right now. But what I believe God is doing, and it involves my role, is to expand the work of advocacy. So I read Dr. King's work every single year. I brought this to show you, Strength to Love, one of my favorite books. Maybe you guys have read it too. But he talks about, he has a sermon on being a good neighbor. What is a neighbor? And he talks about the Good Samaritan. And he discusses how the Levite and the priest, they pass the man on the road to Jericho by. And their question is, what will happen to me almost if I advocate? It's almost like the focus is on them. Like, what would happen if I do this? And he said, he talks about how the Good Samaritan really has the capacity to shift the question, what would happen to them if I don't advocate? And I think heading into this new political season, I think I'm asking that question on a broader sense. There's these beautiful relationships that we're engaged in, and it's part of my responsibility as a citizen, but also as a Christian, to step into advocating. And I'll just say this, I'm really learning a lot about this, but there's sort of the advocating on the national level, the local level, state level. There's also an advocacy of the heart. That I think there's this holistic view that I really want to embrace, because Dr. King also mentioned, a lot of advocacy happened during the civil rights movement. Thousands of dollars were given away, but he says someone would die 1,000 deaths before they would sit next to each other in a church setting. And I think about that. There's so much advocacy that can happen here relationally, but then there's this broader, and we can't choose one or the other. They really, segregation needed to end on a policy level, right? On a national level. But we also need to be able to sit in church together and worship together. So I'm really trying to think of those two things, and and I think maybe this is part of your question and where we're heading next. Is there's so many great tools, and the NAE for me, as someone, funny enough, this is actually new territory for me. And I'm really leaning into Christy, NAE, to help guide what it means to step into advocacy on the government side. So yeah, we've really looked towards the NAE for those resources.
Well, thank you for that. So well said, by the way, and in terms of your own journey and experience. And I just, on behalf, I think, of everybody, I can say thank you for your work and the staff for what you do at the Hope Center. It's truly amazing work. Well, thank you so much. Can we give Sharon a hand?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So one of the things that a lot of us that are involved in this and the organizations that are gathered here today discussed early on was, how do we make this very practical for folks who want to somehow be involved in the work? that as much as the biblical and theological foundations are for this kind of work, and we heard a lot of good stuff this morning about that, the question is, how do we now move that into action, right? Loving your neighbor as yourself is not just simply a concept, it's a practice. And so there's a lot of the groups that you have heard from so far today, including National Immigration Forum, that Christy represents, and the National Association of Evangelicals that I represent, that have created avenues and tools for folks to be involved in advocacy. Now, it sounds like from the survey that Christy took that a lot of you are already doing that work, and that's wonderful. And so what we want to do is be able to say, hey, here are some resources that we have that can help you move into this space in an important way. And so, when we talk about advocacy in practice, and if we could switch the slide, thank you. In general, the more personalized effort the action takes place, the more an elected official will conclude that you feel strongly about a concern, and then you can likely influence them. One of the things that for those of us that do visit offices of congressmen, congresswomen, senators, is that they really want to hear from people that they represent. And so it's one thing for Christy and I to walk into an office and represent the organizations, but if we can bring folks with us that actually are voting members in their districts, they tend to notice that a little bit more. And so what I would say to you is that one of the things that you can do and encourage other folks to do is to be willing to do that and to work with organizations like NAE or National Immigration Forum to actually make those visits along with them. And we plan these visits. We're willing to, if you've not done this kind of work before, we're willing to schedule that and take you with us so that you can speak to staffers or maybe even your representative about these issues. That's done in several ways. There are pre-written emails. NAE has a whole list of pre-written emails that you can get on board if you want to do that, if you want to advocate through the NAE. Other organizations do as well. Social media shares are very important in terms of advocating for policies and advocating for immigrants in a way that's really important. Social media is become, the Wild West. And there's a lot of folks who have stepped back from social media because they don't want to be involved in all of the vitriol that they see on social media, which is understandable. But if the reasonable, compassionate voices step out of that space, then we leave a void that is not good. Personalized emails are very important, being able to write your representative. Even a phone call to an office. Staffers answer the phone, and they will take that phone call. A handwritten letter, an in-person meeting, whether it's locally or whether it's in D.C. We have spent some time going to D.C., visiting with congressional offices, and what we're starting to discover at the NAE is that local visits are just as impactful, if not sometimes even more impactful, than visiting D.C. If you visit locally, you'll have a better chance to meet with the actual representative than going to D.C., because in D.C., you're going to, when Congress is in session in D.C., they're too busy usually to meet with representatives. And so you meet with staffers, which is good. If you get a chance to meet with the staffer that handles immigration, that's an important thing. But both those kind of visits are important. Write an op-ed or a letter to the paper. And NAE, for example, has resources. If you want to write an op-ed and you're not sure, you've never done that before, and you want some assistance, NAE can help you do that. We do that all the time. That's okay. I'm a PC user. One of the things that the NAE recognizes in all of our organizations is that folks want to be involved in this space, but they're very busy people, right? You got a lot to do, and this is something that you're making additional space for. So schedule it, make it part of your routine. Add legislatures to your phone schedule. Put them in your address so that you can call their offices regularly. Schedule weekly or monthly. Call your senators call. And some representatives have monthly scheduled town hall meetings online that you can join and get to know the senator and the staff. Get on email lists for our different organizations, NAE, National Immigration Forum, World Relief. They all have opportunities to respond to particular asks. And a quick sign-on, you can do a quick sign-on, you can write your representative, or even President Trump, and to do those things. Make it social. I love this phrase. No more bowling alone. I don't know. Does anybody like to bowl alone? Have dinner or coffee with some friends and compose an op-ed together. Wouldn't that be fun? Get your closest friends together who all feel passionately about supporting immigrants and say, we're going to write together an op-ed to submit to our local paper. It would go quicker and ultimately probably be a better letter. And invite your small group from church to read a book together. There's so many resources in this space. One of the things I want you to notice about this list is that this is both, and Sharon talked about this, that there's advocacy with government officials, but then there's advocacy in our communities. And both are two sides of the same coin and are equally important. So one of the things I want to do right now for just a couple minutes, and I'm conscious of time. What time do we have? Okay, because we do want to have some discussion, is that just to give you a brief list of some of the advocacy resources that the National Association of Evangelicals has developed. One of the resources that I want to point you to is a publication, and these are out on the table that we have out in the lobby, called For the Health of the Nation, an Evangelical Call to Civic Responsibility. This will outline for you biblical theological foundations for the work we do in advocacy and the principles and the positions that we hold on particular issues. And so if you'd like to learn more, I encourage you to pick that up on the table, and it'll give you a better idea of who we are. So one of the things that we have put on our website is a page where you can take action, and this is what that page looks like. If you go up to the top, there is a link to click on that says resources, and it will take you to this page, which will give you the background of some of the issues that we are working on right now. And if you resonate with some of those issues, you're able, right on this website, to write a letter to your congressperson. There are also other resources that you can tap into. If you look at our resource page, there's a whole group of blocks that have different political issues that we address. One of them is immigration, and it will give you a whole list of resources, articles and so forth that you can read about just giving you the information you need to be able to talk about these issues in a way with people at your church or possibly a congressional staffer in an important way. And so I would encourage you to go ahead to the resource section and just look around there and see what we have. That, by the way, oh, no, you don't see that. That's okay. I'm glad you got it. So let me give you just briefly a few other things that we do to help churches and to help faith organizations make folks aware of what's really going on. One of the things that we like to say is we need to learn to tell a better story. We really don't persuade too many people by the force of our argument, which it's important to be able to have a good argument, but that's not how people change their mind. They change their mind through their experience. And so what we want to do is to help folks create experiences that help them rethink some of what they already believe that really is firmly entrenched in what they believe to be true. So one of the things that we have available is a documentary called Across. And this is a 4-part video series. Each video is about 50 minutes long. And it documents the journey of several asylum seekers from Central America into the United States and the churches that they connect with and how those churches help them navigate the legal system and the support that they need. It's a very powerful video series. That is something that you can do with your churches. It comes with curriculum. You can do a screening at one location for a year. You could host several groups with this. The licensing fee that the organization have created this is $199, but if you register through the NAE, it's 50% of that. So it's well worth. I've reviewed these videos, and it's hard at certain times not to hold back the tears because you see the journey that these folks are on. You want to tell a better story, and you want folks to see immigrants differently, show them the journey that these folks have taken. The other thing we have on our website is a series of short videos called I Am Your Immigrant Neighbor, and they're simply 10, 15-minute videos of immigrants who have come here, and they talk a little bit about their journey. It's not a bad way to introduce the subject to, say, church leadership or a congregation, and then move into the Across series, which is more substantial. We have partnered with an organization called Congressional Management Foundation, and we have purchased a bunch of leases from them for their training to how to engage with government officials. The training is online, it's interactive, it does not take long, and even though it's brief, it should only take you like 2.5 hours, 3 hours to complete, even though it's brief. It's very helpful. And if you would be interested in doing something like that, it is free through the NAE until March. That's when our lease is up. So if you're interested in that, let me know, and we can get you a link for that. One of the things we do at NAE, and I know Christy does this too, if you would like us to come and talk to your church, to your leadership, to your organization, if you say, I really want to move my church into this, but I don't know that I feel to be the one to do it, I'd like to bring someone in, we're more than happy to do that. Just let me know, or let Christy know if you want the forum, for her to come in for the forum, and we can come in. We'd be happy to do that. The other thing we do and is that we do take trips to the border, like a lot of different organizations do. We took some church leaders to the border down to Texas in September. We're taking another group to San Diego in February. And then we're also, as part of a group that's going from Ashland Theological Seminary, they are taking students and probably a couple faculty members to the border as well, as part of a program that they are doing. And again, just the experience of being able to see what's down there and to be able to talk to folks. When we were in Texas, we got to meet with Border Patrol agents, listen to how they do their work, and get to ask them a series of questions that were really important and helpful for us to understand the dynamics of what Border Patrol are dealing with. We got to talk with administrators in Brownsville, Texas, who process folks who are seeking asylum. We went to Catholic Charities and the work that they do in processing folks who have been granted at least a hearing of asylum, and how do they bring them into the United States, and where do they send them. Very helpful. And it's very helpful to be able to take that back to your churches. One of the questions I asked Border Patrol when we were finished was, what message would you like us to take back to our folks at home? And the first thing that they said is, don't get your understanding of the border through cable news and social media, right? And so this is, yeah. So we need to be able to tell that story in a way that resonates with folks. So if we can go to the last slide. How should we respond in such a contentious environment? There are 4 things that I like to tell folks that we need to, this is how we should position ourselves. Sorry, I keep moving the mic. The first is to rise above partisan politics in our advocacy. And I know that's something that we all know. But I think that we need to think about what happens to Christians when we become too partisan. The problem with partisanship can be that partisanship tends to favor policies that favor one group over another. And for Christians who believe, as we all memorized when we were kids in church, that Jesus came to give us life and that we might have it abundantly. Or a translation I like, that Jesus came to give us life, but not simply life, a flourishing life. And that is for all people. And so when we become too partisan, we tend to favor policies that might help one group but disadvantage another. And so even though Christians can disagree on immigration policy, one thing that we should all be agreed on and work for are policies that help all people to flourish. So we need to rise above the partisan politics. The second thing we need to do is we need to call out scapegoating. We heard from folks from Springfield and the scapegoating that went on for the Haitian immigrants in Springfield. And we tend to scapegoating really is fueled by two things. The first is it's fueled by misinformation, right? So we say things like immigrants are taking American jobs, even though that's not true. We know that they're filling a gap in the workforce. For every 100 job openings in Ohio, there are only 62 people to fill those jobs. But even though we know those facts, people still continue the message of scapegoating, right? They're taking our jobs, and we need to keep them out. The thing that often goes with scapegoating is, or that goes with misinformation, is racial prejudice and cultural prejudice, right? So it's not just that they're taking American jobs, it's that they're eating the pets in Springfield, playing on old racial tropes about immigrants that have a long history in America. And even after the Springfield police and the mayor and everybody says this is not happening, you still have people who believe that because they're drawing on those prejudices that they have. And so we need to be able to call out scapegoating. Along with that, we need to be civil, but we need to speak prophetically. You know, Elie Wiesel, the Holocaust survivor, is famous for saying that we can't be neutral in issues because neutrality always favors the oppressor over the oppressed, right? And so we should never define civility by being neutral, which means in part we should never say to folks like asylum seekers and refugees that you have to be content with how this policy is affecting you because we have some strange notion of civility. And then finally, and we've heard this already today, challenge yourself and others to get to know immigrants. Sharon told us her story about how she experienced Dreamers in Chicago and what that meant for her journey. You know, one of the things that got me involved in this space was when I worked for Ashland Seminary. I was the director of the center in Cleveland, and I got to know, you know, part of my job was to visit with churches and church leaders, and I got to know a lot of pastors and congregants in Latino churches. And I got to know folks who were there because of the various statuses they had, undocumented, DACA, green card holders, citizens. And I came to realize that immigration policy would either help these communities to flourish or it was going to tear these communities apart. And so I got involved in this because of that experience. The other thing I'll say in terms of my own experience and how this relates to me was I am the great-grandson of Italian immigrants who came over here during the Great Migration of the last century. And when I sit with these folks, they've welcomed me, these Latino churches have welcomed me. They treat me like family. And you know who they remind me of? They remind me of growing up in an Italian family where we were people of faith. And we were grateful that our great-grandparents were allowed to come here. And through their hard work and their faith, they became American citizens and they had a life that flourished. And so my own experience connected with what I was seeing in these folks. So get to know immigrants. If you know immigrants, introduce folks you know to immigrants because that will change their experience in a very profound way.
Folks, we're getting really close to lunch, so I know that is more important than what we're saying here. So we'll let you go really quickly. But I just want to, just as I close this up, I'll put if you go back 2 slides, actually, for a better immigration system in the U.S., it's way too small for anyone to see. So I'm not going to read all that. It's a lot. But so I'll say this. We aren't picky at who you want to be your favorite organization. So if you're here because the Holy Post is your favorite podcast, just go to their website. In terms of advocacy organizations, we've got NAE, we've got World Relief, I'm the National Immigration Forum, we've got NALIC out there, the National Latino Evangelical Coalition. But all of us are different organizations. We're working on very similar principles on immigration reform. So we just put these out today, some new principles. There are 6 of them. But I'll say the broad strokes, and you can go and read, is we want to see an orderly, fair, legal immigration system. We want to care for the vulnerable. We want to care for those who are seeking asylum and fleeing persecution. We also want to have orderly borders. We want to know who's coming into the country. We want to ensure fairness to taxpayers. So we've got various kinds of statements like these. Pick your favorite organization and just go to theirs. But it's helpful when it comes to advocacy for you to sign one of them. So out at the tables, find one that is your favorite. They're all very overlapping. We just added one, defending the long-standing constitutional principle of birthright citizenship. If you know the history of the 14th Amendment and why birthright citizenship matters because of Africans we held in slavery, and then we were deporting the children of the people who built our railroads. And so there was Supreme Court cases in the 1800s, U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, that solidified, hey, Chinese immigrant's child who was born in the United States, we're not going to make you stateless. You have birthright citizenship by birth. There's these really deep things, and it's really hard. We love an us and them question of who belongs in, who belongs out. I'll say there's really hard things that I don't know how to solve in immigration. But we want to go back to the very beginning where we talked about being cruciform people, cross-centered people. And as Christians, let the grace and the mercy of Jesus and the grace of the gospel shape everything about you and shape about the conversations that you're going to have with your uncle or your cousin or your friend at church in your small group who doesn't want to speak to you anymore because they think you have different views about immigration, and you probably do, and ask them curious questions and then invite them into how does grace and mercy shape you? I've got 2 passports. They're worth gold. I mean, I was born into a passport I didn't deserve, and I also have a British passport, and I didn't deserve that one either. I got it the easy way. And I came into this immigration work 10 years ago after getting 2 passports, and I met people who, by the mercy of God, I was born on this piece of dirt and not in the middle of Afghanistan. I wasn't born in Sudan where they've had a civil war going on for how long? Where it's not safe to be there. And so when I was a little girl, I grew up in the Assemblies of God Church, and we memorized an insane amount of scripture. I will challenge all you Baptists. We probably beat you. I read the whole Bible by the time I was in 8th grade, and every week I had new scripture memories. And we memorized a lot of stuff. I remember memorizing our little motto we had in this little girls program in my AG church that was like a rival to like the Girl Scouts. I was a missionette. And we talked about stewardship, and I remember us having this little motto. I was like 8 years old, that Jesus calls us to be faithful stewards of time, money, and talent. And we can all pull up scripture all over the New Testament about that. I'd like you guys, if you're born in this country, to steward your citizenship and your passport. And so we're going to finish there. We're going to open it for a few questions, and I'm going to send you all to lunch. But steward your citizenship in this. I want our senators to listen to my friends who are on DACA. I want our senators to listen to my friend who's here pursuing asylum because their country has fallen apart and they can't feed their kids in Venezuela because it's like 2,500% increase in inflation. We complain about inflation. But our senators might not listen to the people who are not citizens, unfortunately, but they will listen to somebody who they think could be a voter. And so I'd like you to steward your citizenship for your immigrant neighbor. Now, if you're an immigrant here and you're not a citizen, please keep speaking up and tell me what I can do better so that your voice is heard. But if you're a citizen and you're born here, let's steward our voices because we've received the mercy of Jesus and salvation of all things, which is the biggest thing of all. So can't I steward my voice to come alongside my friend at church who thinks really differently and say, hey, but are we seeing this through the lens of the gospel? And I'd like you, friend, who voted differently than me, then to come to the people that we've voted for or not voted for and advocate together for better, more just policies for our neighbors. So we'll finish there. What time is it? Do we have to go to lunch? We do have to go to lunch. So I'm going to send you away with no opportunity for you guys to speak. And I'm so sorry. We're both talkers. You shouldn't give us the mic. But lunch now. So what we're going to do is you guys will get your lunch. We're going to have a working lunch. So if you are sick of hearing from people, stay out there and talk to people. But if you want to be a part of this next session, Caleb is going to tell you some incredible things on how he has worked through. He's going to go through those practicals. Hey, how do you deal with a member of your church who's screaming at you about immigration and move them over? So he'll have some very tangible stuff. And his session's going to be interactive, but it's with a plate of food on your lap. Don't spill. Sorry, we got Chipotle. We didn't think about that. So go get food, and then grab us later if you want to have more conversations, and we'll figure out other ways to keep them going. But thank you for being here.
1, 2. Hello, everyone. Is this someone's $100 bill I just found? Whose $100 bill is this? Hello, now that I have your attention through deception, my name is Caleb, and I surprisingly serve as a pastor in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to let you know that in about 3 minutes, I'm going to start a session that's going to give a field guide for how to engage people who think differently about immigration and hopefully invite them to a different way of thinking. If you are not expecting that, you have 3 minutes to leave gracefully, or you can wait and see how it goes and get started, and then you can kind of leave, furtively out the room, however you want to leave. I just want to give you a heads up. But we're going to start in about 3 minutes. With that session, we'll go for about 25 minutes while you're eating. So thanks for being here. All right, welcome. Let's go ahead and get started. I have a very important question for you. This is a really important question. Are you guys ready for the question? Okay. The question is, who here likes to receive goods and or services that usually cost American currency, but without having to pay for them? Who would like to, we call it free stuff. Who likes free stuff? Okay, so I have giveaway copies of the book Disarming Leviathan, Loving Your Christian Nationalist Neighbor. This is a book I wrote. Does anyone want this book that would, okay, come get it. Yep. We got 3. Here you go. Boom. Boom. Who else? Somebody else over there raise their hand. Stephanie? Stephanie, you want it? Come on. The pages actually on the inside are empty. It just says, go buy the book, I'm a capitalist. I do have some other free items available for you on that table in the back and one of the tables in the lobby. We've got the Disarming Leviathan political pins, the Disarming Leviathan stickers, and a not branded quote that I have on my desk that I'd like to read to you as we begin. And I'd invite you, if this speaks to you, just take that sticker. I have it pinned on my wall and also on one of my journals. And this is a quote from a dude named Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Have you guys ever heard of Dietrich Bonhoeffer? So Dietrich Bonhoeffer lived in difficult times. He was a Lutheran minister in Germany, and during his career, like his seminary training, was paralleled with the rise of the Third Reich. And so he watched as many of his fellow brothers and sisters in the church were singing praise to Jesus and then saying Sieg Heil on Monday. And so Bonhoeffer and many others in the Confessing Church of Germany had a difficult road ahead of them. And in 1939, Dietrich Bonhoeffer had the opportunity to leave Nazi Germany and come to America. And he decided that he would actually stay in Germany. And in 1939, this is what Bonhoeffer said: "I shall have no right to take part in the restoration of Christian life in Germany after the war unless I share the trials of this time with my people. I shall have no right to take part in the restoration of Germany, the restoration of Christian life in Germany after the war unless I share the trials of this time with my people." And the reason that that is helpful to me, because I know that I have, like some of you, fantasized about Canada. Perhaps even Costa Rica, or what is it? Greenland. We were fantasizing about Greenland, and then we're like, I don't know if that's gonna. So the thing I love about that Bonhoeffer quote is when we are in seasons of difficulty, for those of us who follow after Jesus, the invitation for us is to follow Jesus in the difficulty with our eyes on what lies ahead. So I would invite you today, this weekend of all weekends, to not simply bemoan the difficulties that we find ourselves in, but to recognize that we have an invitation to work towards a beautiful restoration that may lay ahead for us in the future. So, like I said, my name's Caleb, and I serve as a pastor at Desert Springs Bible Church in Phoenix, Arizona. I met the Lord there in 2001, came on staff in 2006, and became the lead pastor in 2015. I became the lead pastor at the same time the Golden Escalator thing happened. And I thought I knew what I was getting myself into. 2016 happened, and I remember making jokes from the pulpit about how Herod wanted to make Jerusalem great again, thinking that the majority of my congregation would get a laugh out of it. What I did not see was that there was a deeply embedded spiritual idolatry in and among the people that I had shared communion with for 15 years prior. The men and women who had invested in me, who had loved me, who had actually discipled me, would come up to me in the lobby after service and put their, you know, when people take like the two fingers and they put it in your sternum, you know, and don't you bring that Marxist agenda into the house of God. And that was because I had shared that we were going to be doing some immigration, some care for immigrants that we had been doing for 25 years. Conversations about race and ethnocentrism, part of my background, which I share in the book. Before meeting Jesus, I was a neo-Nazi skinhead, which I'm glad to talk about. But in sharing that testimony in 2014, everyone clapped. I do the exact same thing in 2019, and everyone goes, "You're an atheist." And so as a theologically evangelical pastor, I was completely blown away by what I was experiencing. I was very confused, very isolated. 80% of the people who were in our congregation in 2016 were gone by the end of 2020. As part of my counseling in 2021, I did an exercise where I walked around a park for a day and wrote down broken relationships as they came to mind that had broken over that season, and I had over 300 names at the end of that process. So still in counseling, frankly, I still in my body feel the effects of that relational trauma on Saturday night when I start thinking about where am I going tomorrow? I'm going to the place that has been such a gift to me, but also a lot of wounding. And so what I want to share with you is from a heart of seeking to love the people around us. I'm not talking about nationally. I'm not talking about statistics. I'm talking about sweet Aunt Betty and your cousin Jim and your nephew and your aunt and the people that you share potlucks with on Sunday. I want to be very practical in our time together, and I hope that that is the case. And so I would like to invite us to think about how can we build bridges and talk with our Christian neighbor who thinks differently about refugees and immigrants. If we could go ahead, slide. So I spent 2 years undercover in a local purveyor of American Christian nationalism that's 3 miles down the street from where our congregation meets, an organization called Turning Point USA, which is now partnered with dozens of churches in the valley, and they are all growing extremely quickly. Churches that used to be 100 or 200 people are now in the thousands, and they are explicitly saying people come for the politics, and then we introduce them to Jesus. The question I always have is, which Jesus? And so I spent this time doing undercover work, and I share this with you simply to notice what I want to invite us to think about is having a missional mind. I'm going to use the metaphor of a missionary. I know there's a lot of baggage with missionaries. If you would just give me the grace of, I'm not smart. I couldn't think of a better one, so I'm going to use it. A good, healthy missionary that just wants people to meet Jesus, if that's okay with you. So I took the posture of a missionary, seeking to learn about the mission field that I was in. And one of the things that keeps coming up is conversation about immigration. So I have been in rooms where people have gotten on stage and in the name of Jesus used dehumanizing speech about immigrants, usually from south of the border. As a Phoenician, we used to be Mexico. So we are very not only ingrained in this conversation, but it's also not only our community. As a native Phoenician, I share more in common with North Mexicans than I do with y'all. Like the food you eat here is, like Chipotle is not, I don't know what you guys are, so let's have Mexican. And so, and there's this cold and look at that. No, who wants to be out there? Anyway, so I'm from Phoenix, and so I share a lot in common with my Sonoran brothers and sisters. So that border between Arizona and between America and Mexico, that is a political thing. Culturally and communally, I actually have more in common with our neighbors there. And so we're not just talking about a political idea, we're talking about a community idea. I also feel inside of my guts when I hear derisive and dehumanizing speech about immigrants. I feel disgust not only at the statement, but I also just really don't like the stupid person's face who just said that thing. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to read you part of the Bible, which I think we like in here. And I don't like this text, but I'd like to read it to you. Brothers and sisters, if someone is overtaken, what's the word? If someone is overtaken, I want you to imagine what it looks like for someone to be overtaken or ensnared or held captive. If someone is overtaken in any wrongdoing, you who are spiritually mature, destroy, run out of town, condemn, cancel. That's what I want you to say. But what's the invitation here? Restoration. Okay, fine. Restore such a person with a no way, because they're wrong. Those xenophobic bigots that brought the casserole to the potluck, they are wrong. I'll restore with a gentle spirit. Watching out for your own self. Watching out for your own self, lest you too be tempted. I want to give you something, you're not going to like it. 98% of this work is in your heart, not theirs. 98% of the work is in me, not in them, because the derision, the disgust, the hate, this I feel is a me problem, not a them problem. Which is why I think the author of Galatians says, therefore, bear one another's burdens. I want you to think about this. The things that they say and do and post on Twitter and Truth Social, whatever the thing is that not a burden that we are invited to carry if we're going to stay in relationship with them? Okay, so check this out. Forgiveness is a burden that I carry. If I extend forgiveness, I carry a burden. And you know what else is burdensome? love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control when I'm with someone who I wish would poof. In this way, you will fulfill the law of Christ. Anybody know the law of Christ? There's that dude that came to Jesus. He was like, what's like the most important law? And Jesus said, well, the most important law is love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind. And so how we love our neighbor is we bear the burden of staying in fruit of the Spirit style relationship with people who are, dumb. And the burden of watching out for our own selves, recognizing that we've got something to change too. I'm gonna tell you a prayer that I hate. And I want you to think, before we get into some of the tactical stuff, I want you to think about the people in your life that you think need to change. And does anyone here have someone like that in their life? They have wrong ideas about immigration or refugees or asylum. They have wrong ideas about the immigrant community in Springfield. Anybody? You guys got? Okay, so I want you to call that person to your imagination, please. And as you grit your teeth and dig your fingernails into your arm, I want to share with you a prayer that I hate. Before meeting with that person, before you meet with that person to have a conversation, some of the stuff we're going to talk about today, if you can't pray this prayer with integrity, it's not time for the meeting. Here's the prayer. Ready? You got them in your mind? Lord, what do you want to change in me through them? Sucks, right? Because I'm smart. I read the Bible. I listen to Holy Post. I follow along the National Association of Evangelicals. Like, I have leather-bound books and, things and libraries. And I don't just get all my news from, whatever the curated news feed. I'm robust and thoughtful. And it is that hubris that if we lead with it, it will simply propagate the problem of xenophobic, fear-mongering, toxic tribalism. And so praying that prayer, Lord, what do you want to change in me through them, is putting into practice what Grandma used to say, which is we're just one beggar telling one other beggar where to find bread, and all ground is equal at the foot of the cross. And I am not done yet in becoming more like Jesus. And so we are co-journeying with the people with whom we're meeting. So what I'd like to give to you with that framework set, if we can go ahead to the next slide, please. Yes, please. A missional engagement for those with whom I disagree in my community. And I learned this from engaging with a ton of different cross-cultural missionaries, those who have gone and served in places all over the world, including missionaries to the Taliban. What do you think about what the Lord might change in you if you were invited to be a missionary to the Taliban? I'm not equating the people that we're talking to that. I just want to notice that the gospel is for all people, including the people that I don't care for. And so a missionary, I picked this up from one of my cross-cultural missionary friends, and all of them said something similar, that the missional engagement is threefold. It's to study, to set, and to show. We're going to go through these real quick, and then we'll put it into practice. Study. Next slide, please. Be a student of their culture. To put it another way, approach with curiosity, not suspicion. If we can go to the next slide. Welcome to Phoenix. I want to ask you some questions. Have you guys ever pulled up behind a vehicle like this? Okay, and you felt feelings about the things that you saw up there? Yeah, I think I can. If you don't mind, I think I can maybe pop over here and just see. Yeah, so we've got things like vaccinate this, commies. This truck identifies as a Prius. Kyle Rittenhouse, is that name familiar here? He's a patriot. And pardon me, but president, although they didn't edit it. There's some other little lovely bit of flags I've always fascinated by, because having that many flags on your vehicle creates drag, which raises your gas consumption. I've always confused And then of course we have God, guns, cops, and Trump equals America. And okay, so we're feeling things. I'm feeling things. This is my neighborhood, by the way. Okay, so when you find yourself in these situations, I want to invite you just for a moment to be a student of culture. What are the beliefs and values of this person that they are so strongly committed to that they want you to know about it? What motivates them? What gives them honor and shame? Who do they see as heroes and who do they see as enemies? What are their rituals, taboos, customs? What are their moral standards? What concerns do they elevate over others? What future do they want for their children? What deep story do they tell people in their group? What does their ideal future look like? Now, you know the best way to find out the answer to those questions is not to sit in judgment over this person's bumper stickers, but to take them out to coffee. You see, a missionary, thinking missionally, is to be curious and to be a student of culture. I don't like almost anything I'm about to say. So if you don't like what I'm saying, solidarity. So underneath every one of those bumper stickers is a core value that you actually share. It's just the means and methods we're going about it are different. The needs that we have in here are the same. If we don't recognize this, we might fall into the trap of dehumanizing this person, the very thing that we wish they would change when thinking about people that they think are enemies. Next slide, please. Set. Okay, if you didn't like that one, you're going to hate this one. Later today, when you go home and read your whole Bible, pay special attention to these 4 books of the Bible in what's called the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which are sometimes referred to as the Gospels. When you read through the Gospels, there's this dude, it's the Easter guy, it's, what's the name? Jesus, that's it, yeah. So there's this dude named Jesus, and he did the whole like death, burial, resurrection thing, but one of the things that he did was he flipped tables in the temple when he thought that the money changers were doing an injustice to the poor. You guys want to do that? Yeah, huh? Okay. Yeah, me too. He did a prophetic action, right? He drove them out. Too often, though, we forget that Jesus flipped tables once. Depending on how you read John, I think it's once. But he set tables throughout his entire ministry. And I think that might be instructive to us that if you actually want to see reconciliation or restoration, right? Seek to restore gently. That the way to restoration is not table flipping, but table setting. Here's why. Because this won't change until this feels safe. If you come at me with accusatory, enemying language, everything inside of my limbic system is going to shield up. But if you invite me in, if you show me welcome, there's a table out here, we welcome. Why is that important? Because when I feel welcomed, then I feel safe. And it's only when I feel safe that I am open to engaging new ideas with you. If I believe that you are an enemy, there's no amount of logic, data, or Bible verses that you can throw at me that are going to make me change my mind. And so setting the table of hospitality is the key that unlocks the heart to change. Next slide, please. This is the pyramid of communications. I want you just to think about the levels of communication that you've had today. At the top of the pyramid of communication is cliche, facts, and then opinions. Cliche, how are you doing today? Good. That's probably a self-deception or a deceiving me, right? We do cliche quickly because we don't have the time and energy, which is fine, right? Like, it's cold outside, isn't it? Sure, yeah, okay. Cliche. A fact, it is 20 degrees outside. What do you know about me when I can tell you facts? I can read a what's the thing called? Thermometer. Yeah.
He can read a thermometer. Okay, opinions. 20 degrees is too cold. Now you know a little bit of something more about me, and I've created a level of vulnerability that we could actually disagree. You go, and most of our conversations today have started at the top, and some of our conversations have actually gone into the levels of feelings and transparency or need. It's in those spaces of feelings and needs or transparency that we're actually communicating heart to heart with each other. When we go head to head, I know guys that I'm friends with, the entire relationship is built on facts and opinions about the NFL. You put them together at a sports bar, and for 14 hours, they will regurgitate who is the best, quarterback, and here's all their stats. The entire relationship is built on that. And when something in the feeling and need space happens, they have no idea how to deal with it. They'd be like, hey, Emmitt Smith was really great in football. Yeah, I just found out my wife's sick. Troy Aikman was a great quarterback. Like they just don't, right? And so when we're engaging with people, this pyramid of communication can help us discern, where are we in this conversation? Are we here or are we here? Okay. Most of the fights on social media and the woundingness that's happening on social media is some people are responding to here statements with here statements. I'm going to do this, okay? And I'm going to be crass about it, but, what are you going to do about it? So, heart statement. I'm terrified of all the immigrants invading the border. Fact. Well, statistically speaking, it's more likely that there will be an evangelical pastor coming across the border than a drug dealer. Did that factual statement meet the need of the heart? This is why when you give people new data, if they're communicating at the heart level, they will not change. Because this is always in service of this. And so setting the table of hospitality, next slide, is so key. And then when we're at the table and the person feels safe with us, we can show the inconsistencies of their currently held convictions. It's called humble subversion. The humble and humble subversion starts with that prayer, Lord, what do you want to change in me through them? Here's the other thing too. You want to take the posture of a missionary, and a missionary wants a person to follow Jesus in whatever cultural expression they have. Is that fair? A colonizer wants them to be like me. So if I'm missionally minded in talking with them, and what I want for them is to follow the way of Jesus in whatever way that means for them, then I'm operating as a good missionary. If I want them to stop eating at Cracker Barrel because I think it's lame, that is the attitude of a colonizer, and that's a me problem, not a them problem. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to give you 4 steps for humble subversion, and then we'll let you get back to your lunch. Number 1, shared values. Number 2, shibboleths and red flags. Number 3, honor the good. And number 4, humble subversion. Just give this to you quick. And as a capitalist, I can't help myself but say that there's this spelled out much more detail in the wonderful InterVarsity Press book called Disarming Leviathan, Loving Your Christian Nationalist Neighbor, authored by Caleb E. Campbell. Please buy it for your megachurch small groups. That would really help me if you could get 10,000. If there's any megachurch guys here, would love for you to spend your entire outreach budget on my book. So anyways, shared values, shibboleths and red flags, honor the good, humble subversion. Number 1, in any conversation you're having with Aunt Betty or Cousin Jim, whoever it is, right? Number 1, shared values. There is something that they hold as a value that you do too, and the goal is, as a missionary, is to look for it. Here's a shared value. I want safety for our kids too. I want a thriving economy too. I think our government should do everything in its power to protect us from evil actors. Whatever you, and don't lie, find the shared value, you will find it. 2, shibboleth. A shibboleth, this comes from the book of Judges. It's this really weird part of the Bible. But anyways, it's where there's this one soldier from a warring tribe with another tribe. And in the middle of the night, they stumble upon each other, and they have to figure out, how do we know if this person is friend or enemy? And the way that they determine it is one tribe says, okay, ask them to say the word shibboleth. And so they approach each other at night, and they hear the rustling, and they're like, say shibboleth. And the other person who's an enemy says, can't pronounce it the same, and so they say, Sibboleth. And then they're like, haha. So it's a word or phrase or action that you can do that communicates, I'm on your side. Give you an example. Planting, and if you do this don't break your integrity, but something I do that's a shibboleth is I fly the American flag. On Memorial Day, there's a veterans cemetery right down the street from where I live, and we'll put the flags in the over the graves. And then I'll share that with the people who I'm engaging with, because I'm trying to communicate, I honor their service. Now, if that's not your thing, that's fine, but there are other shibboleths you can do or things you can say that communicate, I'm not your enemy. A red flag, I think, might be a little more intuitive than shibboleth. It's a thing that if you say it, they immediately shield up. For instance, like one world government. That might, open borders would be like, types of, and so just leaning into the shibboleths, looking for those, and then avoiding red flags. Number 3, honoring the good. Anything that's good about how they are being in the world that you can honor, show honor where honor's due. Aunt Betty, I love the fact that you care so much about our community that you would spend so much time thinking about immigration. Now, internally, I'm like, you're reading the wrong stuff. But she just invested 3 hours of her life thinking about our community's safety. I want more people to think more deeply about our community's safety. I want to honor where I can show honor. And then finally, humble subversion. Okay, let me give you an example, and then I'll stick around if you guys want to chat more. So Aunt Betty is at the 12-year-old's birthday party with me and some other people, and she's screaming about the invading army of immigrants flooding over the border, funded by George Soros, who are going to rape and pillage Phoenix. Number 1, do you guys have the scene? Right? There's like melting ice cream because we're in Phoenix, and there's balloons and all this, and she's yelling, she's animated. What's the problem? The problem is not what came out of her mouth, primarily. The problem is she's screaming at the 12-year-old's birthday party. What compels a person to scream and yell at the 12-year-old's birthday party? She does not feel safe. We're not having a policy conversation. We're having a I'm terrified conversation, which means that if I meet that statement with here statements, we're going nowhere, because that's not where the problem is. So I might say, Aunt Betty, I've not heard that. I've been to the border, I've not seen that. I want to hear more about this. I could tell you care about it. Can we go out for coffee tomorrow? Can you come over to our house for some lovely quiche, whatever it is, hospitality, right? I'm going to invite her in. And then I'm going to sit with Aunt Betty and say, Aunt Betty, shared values. I agree with you that our government should protect us. Can you tell me more about why this matters to you? Why did I ask that question? There is a story that's in here that I want to see and hear. I am so scared for little Johnny and little Sally that they're going to get taken advantage of, that they're going to hate their country, that they're going to grow up in a world that they don't even recognize. Shared value. Me too, Aunt Betty. I also care about Johnny and Sally, and I think we as a community should do everything we possibly can to make sure they stay safe. Honor the good. I honor you for loving them so much that you would care about this. I know that you are a loving person. I know that you care about them. I know that you want what's best for them, and I honor you for that. Shibboleths. I think that the government should do what it can to protect us. Avoiding red flags. I like George Soros. I don't know. But maybe I do, maybe I don't, but I'm going to avoid, Oh, here's another red flag. I was watching MSNBC last night. Say news. Oh, actually, you should say, I was doing my own research last night, and they'll like that. So, honor the good, shared values, shibboleths and red flags, and then humble subversion. Ready for this? Now, I'm talking to Aunt Betty, and I'm under the assumption that she likes God. Maybe she's a Christian. So in this conversation, let's assume she's a Christian. That's kind of what we're talking about today. And I might say something like this. Aunt Betty, I also want safety for Johnny and Sally. I want our government to protect us. I want, strong border policy, whatever that might be. I'm a father of 4. I'm terrified for my little girls. Last week, there was a person that was strange to me in my neighborhood, and I felt like I wanted a gun because I'm looking at my little 5-year-old and 8-year-old drawing chalk out on the driveway. I'm terrified too. And I want our government to do everything it can to protect us. I think we need to work together for this end. But Aunt Betty, do you remember that Bible you gave me when I graduated high school? You know, the one with the American flag cover on the front? I've been reading it, like you told me to. And I am struck by how frequently caring for that foreigner, alien, stranger, immigrant shows up. Even Jesus says stuff like, if you care for the outsider, you're caring for me. There's a part of me that feels terrified when I think about the implications of that teaching. I don't want to let strangers into my house, into my community. I don't want that. And I am struck by this radical way of Jesus that he says things like, I will never leave you or forsake you. And he seems to invite us into this very scary way of being in the world that will ultimately lead to restoration and reconciliation and human flourishing, but it might require something of me that would make me uncomfortable. And I want that, and at the same time, I want this security, and I feel a tension in my own heart. How do we create security for Johnny and Sally and follow the radical teachings of Jesus to care for the immigrant? I feel that tension. What do you think? Now, real quick, I do feel that tension. I'm not making this up. I live in Phoenix, y'all. Down about 30 miles from where we're at, there are cartels operating out in the open. So yeah, and I'm a follower of Jesus, but here's what I've done in humble subversion. I've asked Aunt Betty what question? I'm inviting her to think more deeply about Jesus by asking, what do you think? Because what I want to invite her into is processing once again how the radical way of Jesus shapes our thinking about caring for immigrants. Moreover, I can't solve the heart problem of terror in her heart, and she can't solve the terror. You know who also can't solve the problem of terror in my heart? Any person, including our government. There's only one who says, I'll never leave you or forsake you. And what I want for her is what I want for me is to once again rest in the peace of Jesus, recognizing that it is by his strength and power that we can live the radical way of Jesus. And then praying that those seeds of repentance would grow into the fruit of repentance in the garden of her mind and heart. And here is the last thing I'll leave you with, friends. I can't do that. I can't make her change. Only the Spirit of the living God can bring forth repentance. And it is the kindness of the Lord that leads us to repentance. And so in my posture towards her, I want to be like God's posture towards her, which is showing kindness. My job is not to change people. It's simply to be faithful to the moments that Jesus has given me to live like Jesus with the people he's called me to. And so as you're thinking about this 4-step process, I'll just leave you with this final word. If we can go to the last slide. These are the words of our Lord. Why do you look at the splinter in your brother's eye, but do not notice the beam of wood in your own? Once again, that prayer before I meet with Aunt Betty. Lord, what do you want to change in me through them? If we together, as followers of Jesus, can approach one another in this posture, probably for the next 30 years, at tens, if not hundreds of thousands of kitchen table conversations, it may well be that what Bonhoeffer had hoped for his people may come true for ours. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Thank you.
That was so good for me. Thank you, Caleb. I want to name something that I'm sensitive to that others in the room may have noticed as well. It's 12:45. We've heard from a lot of white men today. And the planning team's aware of this. And in the planning, recognize for both strategic reasons, the things that those that we're going to share, who was saying what, we were trying to build a case throughout the day. And for some logistic reasons, it's disproportionate to the schedule of the full day. Basically what I'm saying is there's more white men at the beginning, and it gets better as the day goes along. And I'm only trying to say, we know that this kind of little ad hoc planning team knew that and knew that coming in and feel some sensitivity to it. So let me just at least name that. That's not to say we've made the right decisions or even apologize for it, but I'm acknowledging something that I'm aware of, you may be aware of too. Now, to say it in a funnier way, the other problem that we're having is we're behind schedule already. Those two things may be related. Okay, so I'm gonna make the decision to say, we don't want to shortchange the seminars because that's the most practical that we get is the seminars. And so we're going to do, for those of you that are leading those as well, no, we're going to do from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock seminars, and then we'll start in here at 2:15. So it still doesn't give you a lot of time to move. Please make sure you grab your trash. This was generous of the church to allow us to meet here. Grab your trash, don't leave that, and make your way to seminars. Last things before you can go, sorry, I shouldn't have said that so quick, is we're flip-flopping the room for 2 of the seminars. So in here will be the care ministry with immigrants. That will be in here. Advocacy is moving to Fellowship Hall at the other end, okay? So again, ask if you need to. 2:15 will start in here. Thank you. Oh, the others are where they were last time, which is community room, organizing with immigrants and migrants for change. Classroom A, access to legal services, immigrant connection, Dayton.
Good afternoon. We'll get started in a couple minutes. I know some people are still transitioning. But we are going to do some discussion and some questions. So if you feel comfortable like moving up to fill in, that'd be great. Also okay if you want to keep your back row seats. But we'll start in a couple minutes. Okay, so I guess we can get started here in a couple seconds and everyone like quieted down. So yeah, if you didn't hear me, if you feel comfortable moving up, feel free to do so as we're gonna have some discussion and kind of question and answer time too. And we can also get around to everyone with microphones, but also okay if you wanna stay where you are. This is I'm trying to find care ministry with immigrants. So if that's not where you wanna be, feel free to leave and go to a different one. Sorry, we're working through one technical situation. Just a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. And we're honored to be here with you today to talk about something that is deeply personal for the both of us, beyond welcoming and walking with our immigrant neighbors. My name is Luis, and I've spent much of my life, ministry life, working at the intersection of immigration and community care. And this is where it gets a little interesting, like we talked about this morning in the other class. I actually started my career with Homeland Security. And just on a side note, I also bring up that I was an IRS agent too, so that's a whole nother thing. And so part of my duties is that I assisted in deportations. I was a part of deportation teams. And that experience gave me a front row seat to the complexities of immigration law, but it also opened my eyes to its human cost. And today, as a pastor and the executive director of a nonprofit, I work with all backgrounds and specifically all immigrants from different walks of life and mixed status. And I also lead a church full of immigrants with mixed status. And these aren't just statistics to me, they're people I love, people I serve, and people who have shaped me. And so today joining me is Amanda, whose work has also been just as life-changing both for her and the people she's walked alongside.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Epting. A little bit about my background as an introduction. I've worked with refugees or immigrants, asylum seekers for about the past 20 years of my career. Started out with a refugee resettlement agency in case management, program management, working with kids, helping them adjust to the school system. Transition, did a little bit of teaching English language as a second language, and that was not good. So got out of that and then moved into more training volunteers, helping them connect with refugees, being a friend, a welcome partner in those roles. And as I worked with families, I would always hear their stories of pain and trauma. And I remember sitting with them thinking, I can listen, I can be here with you, but I want to do more. I want to help you along this journey. So I'd always thought about getting my counseling degree, but loved my job, didn't want to go back to school. And then I was working with World Relief here in Columbus, and we were, World Relief is a refugee resettlement agency. So as a staff, we were watching the 2016 inauguration, and it was during that time that I was like, I'm going to lose my job. Like, we're going to get shut down. And sure enough, 4 months later, they had closed our office because the refugee program was shut down. So that night, I applied to Ohio State to get my master's social work degree so that I was like, if I don't go now, it's not going to happen. So for the past 5 years then, I've been working with a health center to do counseling for refugees and immigrants and working through the traumatic events that they've experienced. I also attend Sanctuary Columbus Church, which is here as well. Disclaimer, as we get started, I've mentioned trauma now probably like 4 times already in my introduction. So you might be able to tell we will be talking about trauma and different traumatic experiences that refugees, immigrants, asylum seekers have experienced, how trauma impacts our brains and our bodies, ways we can heal from that. So that might be triggering for some in this room. So there's total freedom to leave, to take breaks, to leave the session completely, leave now if you want. Just know you can get up and do what you need to do for your own well-being, your mind, your body, your emotions. All right, and now Pastor Luis is gonna get us started.
And so together, Amanda and I hope to bring a unique perspective to this conversation, right? But this isn't about us. It's actually about all of us, right? And so I want to start with actually a moment that changed everything for myself when it comes to immigration. And it was basically, I was working, when I was working with assisting in deportations, a child came up to me, pulled my arm, crying, and asking me what I was going to do, with their mom and dad. Why are you getting them ready? Doing all these things. And the one question that really stuck to me was, will I ever see them again? And to have a social worker coming up, taking the children away and separating the family, that's where it became even tougher, okay? And so to dig a little bit deeper into this, we're going to talk about a brief history, right? Confronting injustices. And it's a part of a long and painful history of how this country has treated immigrants. And if we're going to talk about walking with immigrants, we actually need to be honest about our past. So key historical examples: the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which was the first major U.S. law to explicitly ban immigration based on race. Then we have the Mexican reparations, all right? Over 1 million Mexican Americans, many U.S. citizens, were forcibly deported, all right? And that was during the Great Depression, and unfortunately to free up jobs for Americans. Japanese internment camps in the 1940s, over 120,000 Japanese Americans, most of them U.S. citizens, were forcibly placed in internment camps here in the United States during World War II. Then we also see the kerosene baths and eugenics at the border. From the 1910s to the 1930s, Mexican immigrants were forced to strip and undergo kerosene baths as part of a so-called sanitary measure. These dehumanizing practices, right, inspired Nazis who actually cited U.S. border policies to justify their own racial hygiene experiments. Then we go to the family separation policy. From 2018, thousands of children were forcibly separated from their parents, leaving many permanently traumatized. So these stories aren't just history. They're not. They're a warning, and when we fail to see immigrants as human beings, people worthy of dignity, we open the door to unimaginable cruelty. And if we're not careful, we continue to risk repeating the same patterns of today. And so Amanda is going to guide us.
So I mentioned we would be talking about trauma, and we definitely just kind of jumped right into a lot of history of trauma. So I just want to pause and take a minute. We might do this periodically throughout our time, but just kind of taking a moment to reflect, check in with our bodies, thoughts, emotions. And often in counseling sessions, when I'm guiding people in this, I just ask them to get comfortable, maybe notice the ground under your feet, the chair under your legs, kind of taking a couple breaths. And I just want you to take a moment and just reflect. You can take some breaths, close your eyes, focus on a point. And just imagine that some of the things we even just talked about, like putting human faces to those stories. Imagine being separated from your family, stripped of your dignity, and left to depend entirely on someone else's compassion or lack of compassion. And what would you want them to see in you? What do you hope a stranger might see when they look at you? Would it be the fear? Would it be the otherness, the dehumanizing? Or would it be your humanity, your worth, your story, your background? So hopefully today we can begin to walk through ways we can do that together, to see immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers as humans, which I'm assuming if you're in this room, you do, but ways to further that care and compassion in practical ways. So we are going to go through 3 different parts for our time today. If you want to go to the next slide. Sorry, I just have to, I'm gonna come over here. So first part, Pastor Luis is gonna talk about understanding the realities, breaking down the myths, and seeing the truths about what immigrations face. Then I'll check in on shaping our posture, understanding trauma and its impact on refugees, immigrants, asylum seekers, and how we can come alongside them in points of healing. And then taking action, looking a little bit more practically and walking alongside our immigrant neighbors.
And so we're going to get into understanding realities right now, seeing the unseen, right? And so I'm going to read scripture, Hebrews chapter 13, verse 2. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. When we think about immigration, we often reduce it to statistics or headlines. But behind every number, every policy debate is a heartbeat, a person made in the image of God. Today, we're going to set aside those assumptions and step into their world. Now, let's start by asking the most important question. Why would someone leave everything behind? So we get into the cost of migration. The first one is fear. Life or death situations. Over 108.4 million people were forcibly displaced worldwide as of mid-2023, including 35.3 million refugees. Most fled due to conflict, violence, and persecution. And so imagine living in a community where your child's life is threatened if you refuse to join a gang, where your livelihood is destroyed by war, or where expressing your faith or identity is punishable by death. This isn't just a story, it's daily life for millions. And in the Northern Triangle, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, nearly 10% of the population has fled due to extreme gang violence, extortion, and threats of death. Imagine choosing between watching your family die or taking them into the unknown, knowing they might face danger or rejection on the journey. This is not a choice, it is survival. 2, hunger, right? Escaping extreme poverty and food insecurity. We see here in the statistics, as of 2023, an estimated 258 million people face acute food insecurity, often driving migration. In Venezuela, over 90% of the population lives below the poverty line, with severe shortages of just basic goods and medicine. So hunger doesn't just affect the body, it crushes hope. Imagine waking up every day knowing you cannot feed your children. Number 3, hope, running towards a better future. We see that the majority of migrants cite hope for their children's future as a key motivator for migration, and that's according to the Pew Research Center. And then in the US, 85% of immigrants cite better opportunities, education, and safety as primary reasons for migration. So it's not just about running from danger, it's about running towards hope. It's about believing in the possibility of something better, even when all odds are against you. So now we get into Immigration 101, dispelling myths, right? We'll first talk about legal categories and understanding terms, right? And the reason I added this in here was because I see this on a daily basis where people see trendy words, right, on TikTok and in the news, and they just want to repeat something without understanding the concept, right? And so refugees, they flee their home country due to persecution based on race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or social group. Asylum seekers arrive in another country and request protection due to persecution. TPS holders, which stands for temporary protected status, granted to individuals from countries devastated by war, natural disasters, or extraordinary conditions. And then you have undocumented individuals. They often arrive actually legally, but lose status due to visa overstays or inability to apply for asylum. So now we get to misconceptions exposing the lies, right? The first one is immigrants are bringing drugs and fueling the fentanyl crisis. I don't know how many of us have heard that countless times, but the majority of fentanyl smuggling into the U.S. is conducted by U.S. citizens, not immigrants. Take it from somebody who actually worked there. Okay? I completed plenty of pat-downs, inspections, and a million other things. And I guarantee you, it happens more often than you think. And you'll see that in that statistic right there. In 2022, 86% of fentanyl traffickers arrested by U.S. Customs and Border Protection were U.S. citizens. And you guys can actually find that by the United States commissioning sentencing, right? Most fentanyl enters through legal ports of entry in vehicles or through the mail, not carried by undocumented immigrants crossing the border, right? So we blame immigrants for the fentanyl crisis, yet the majority of dealers, smugglers, and users fueling this epidemic are U.S. citizens. How often do we misplace blame instead of addressing the real issue? It's a deep, reflective question to think about. So, myth 2, immigrants are a drain on resources. Immigrants contribute $328 billion annually in taxes in the U.S. And this is where the IRS agent comes up, right? So people ask me, well, Pastor, how's that even possible if they're undocumented? I've been told they don't pay nothing. Yeah, that's actually not true. So there's a number, the same way we have a Social Security number and we pay our taxes, there's a number called an ITIN number. So no matter how you came about, right, into any of the ports, or you voluntarily gave yourself in and you can't gain any sort of status, you apply for this ITIN number, right? When you apply for that ITIN number, you're going to be paying taxes, but you will not see no benefits out of it. So undocumented immigrants, the majority of them will never see anything. Okay? So they play a vital role in healthcare, agriculture, and construction. For example, 73% of farm workers in the US are immigrants. That's according to the USDA. And then we rely on immigrants to pick our food, build our homes, and care for our elderly, yet we call them a drain when they seek the same opportunities we take for granted. And so, myth number 3, most immigrants cross illegally. Over 75% of undocumented individuals originally entered the US legally on visas, but overstayed. Now, we love stories of legal immigrants who did it the right way, right? Haven't we heard that before? Who did it the right way? But we ignore the fact that our system makes the right way impossible for most, especially those fleeing danger, right? One of the things I remember when I was studying for to practice law in front of the Board of Immigration Appeals, the judge that was giving us our class, she said that a lot of people don't realize when they're processing cases, they actually are scattered, these cases, right? So they finish processing 1 year. So you could be stuck processing a case from processing a bunch of applications from 1987, and then all of a sudden they jump to the next set from 2018. Once they're done with 2018, then they go back to 1995. Yes. So this is why I say there sometimes we hear of an oversimplification of trying to fix a broken system that needs to actually go back to the drawing board and how we can address each of these immigration laws, right? Now, the 4th myth, immigrants are criminals. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens. Crime rates among undocumented immigrants are 44% lower than US-born citizens. And that is data coming from the Cato Institute from 2022, okay? Huh? Yeah. We paint immigrants as dangerous while ignoring the real danger of dehumanizing an entire group of people. So how often, again, do we misplace blame instead of addressing the real issues? So clarity and truth. What does the Bible say? You shall not oppress a foreigner, for you know the heart of a foreigner, since you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. Exodus chapter 23, verse 9. We are quick to judge immigrants for breaking the law, but how often do we break God's law by ignoring his command to love and protect the stranger? How often do we break it? And so there's a challenge, right? Myth versus truth in action. How often have we let myths shape our perception of immigrants instead of seeking truth? How does it feel to discover that some of the things you believed, maybe even repeated, were not even true? What will you do with that knowledge now? What will you do with it? And so a call to compassion, truth, right, is when we believe lies about immigrants, we are complicit in their suffering. The truth demands that we see them as God does, not as problems to solve, but as people to love. And so I have one of our beautiful Venezuelan families from my church here who is going to give us a little bit and share her story. Come on up. This is Rosa.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosa.
Good
soy de
afternoon.
Venezuela.
My name is Rosa. I'm from Venezuela.
Estoy aquí con mis 2 hijos.
I'm here with my 2 children.
Hace un año
It's been a year.
salí de mi país
I left my country
debido a la situación del país que creo que todos la conocen,
because of the situation that many of you may know.
tanto como política como económicamente estamos demasiado mal. Estamos en un país ahorita que estamos en dictadura.
The political and economic situation that is occurring, and we're currently in a dictatorship.
Me vi obligada a salir de ahí
I felt obligated to leave.
atravesando con mis 2 hijos 7 países.
I crossed 7 countries with my 2 children.
Selva de Panamá, Selva de Colombia,
I went to Panama, Colombia,
Costa Rica, Nicaragua,
Costa Rica, Nicaragua,
Honduras,
Honduras,
Guatemala,
Guatemala,
México.
and then Mexico.
Fueron 6 largos meses para poder llegar hasta aquí.
It took 6 long months to get here.
Pero yo dije,
But I said,
o es esto
it is this
o es morir en mi país.
or die in my country.
Ya que soy perseguida política,
And because I actually am persecuted politically.
yo dije, bueno, que sea la voluntad de Dios.
And I said, let it be the will of God.
Había que arriesgar.
And I'm going to risk
Fueron
it.
6 meses que duramos en la calle, comiendo de la basura, durmiendo en las calles.
It took 6 months of eating from the garbage and going through the streets.
Pero no me arrepiento, le doy gracias a Dios.
I don't.
Porque pude llegar a este país donde sé que...
So we didn't rehearse this. This is live. This is directly from her, okay?
Voy a tener una oportunidad mejor para poderle brindar un mejor futuro a mis hijos.
I know I'm going to have a better life to be able to give them a better life here.
Les doy muchas gracias de verdad por aceptarme en su país.
And I give thanks for all of you to accept me in your country.
Quiero demostrar que los buenos somos más.
And I would like to demonstrate that the good people are more.
No fue fácil, pero lo logré.
It wasn't easy, but I
gracias a
made it,
Dios.
and I thank God.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And so there is invisible layers of fear and trauma, and the first one is living in fear. Imagine waking up every day with a gnawing fear that today could be the day your life unravels, that you could be detained, deported, or separated from your family. This is the reality for many immigrants. Fear of deportation means avoiding doctor's appointments, schools, or any place where they might encounter authorities. And there's parents who've asked me as a pastor, and they live with this haunting question is, if I'm taken away, what will happen to my children? And so, can you imagine living with that level of uncertainty and fear every day? How might that just shape your decisions, your health, and your relationships? So we talk to the second point, which is the weight of the unknown, right? For many immigrants, arriving in a new country is only the beginning of the struggle. They face an unfamiliar system, often in a language they don't speak, with no clear roadmap for safety or stability. The legal system is complex, overwhelming, and often inaccessible. Many immigrants are unsure to how to access basic needs like housing, healthcare, or education. The uncertainty of asylum applications or immigration status even creates years of waiting, often in limbo. So think about the courage it takes to wake up each day not knowing if you'll be allowed to stay, or if you'll be safe, or if your children will have a future. How would that kind of uncertainty affect you? 3, which is trauma's impact. The weight of fear and uncertainty takes a deep toll on the mind and body. Many immigrants face anxiety, depression, and PTSD, not only from the circumstances that force them to flee, but also from the challenges they face in their new home. Symptoms of trauma often include insomnia, hypervigilance, and difficulty trusting others. Feeling unwelcome or being treated as less than compounds their sense of isolation and hopelessness. So, the fear of uncertainty and trauma faced by immigrants are invisible to most of us, but they are real and devastating. If we are to walk with immigrants, we must first choose to see what others overlook and acknowledge their humanity, their courage, and their pain. And so, this 30-minute escape I want you to take a moment and pause. Imagine that you've been told you must leave your home in 30 minutes. You can only bring what fits in one bag. What do you pack and what do you leave behind? And I want to encourage that silence for that 1 minute. Now, think about what you just left behind. Home, friends, family, heirlooms, your language, your job, your identity. This is the reality of millions of people around the world. It's not theoretical, it's real. How many times have we judged someone's journey without ever asking about their story? Every statistic represents a heartbeat, a home, and a hope. And when we see immigrants as numbers, we fail to see them as people. Let's commit to seeing them with the eyes of Christ. Understanding these realities is just the beginning. And so now Amanda will guide us into shaping our posture.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Pastor Louise. That's my second time hearing it, and I just feel like I keep learning from you, so I appreciate that. So we are going to move into the next session, and as we do that, I feel like Pastor Louise set us up already, talked through issues of trauma that a lot of the refugees, immigrants, asylum seekers are facing. So I just want to start with a discussion question, and so you can raise your hand, just speak loudly, and I'll repeat it into the microphone so that the streaming can catch it. So as we kind of think through what we just already learned, like how do you think this trauma might impact, refugees, immigrants that are here now and regarding work, relationships, going to the grocery store, running errands, navigating systems? Like what are examples you've seen of that impact, or what do you think might be some things that they might be dealing with here related to those traumas? Absolutely. So like skepticism, fear, lack of trust, all of those things. Yes. Yeah. What else? Yeah, absolutely. Lethargy, exhaustion, navigating systems, doing things in a different language, all of that. Nightmares, huge. Yes, absolutely. Insomnia. Okay. Thanks for sharing. I know it's a little difficult in the size of a room. So what I want to do now is take about 5 minutes to help us understand a little bit about our brains, how they're supposed to function, and what happens when we experience trauma. And so hopefully you won't glaze over. I was able to do this in 5 minutes in the last one. But I'm actually going to sit because I don't really know how to do this standing up with the microphone. So I want everybody to take, just FYI, this is not from me. This is from Dr. Dan Siegel. Some of you may have heard of him before. He is, I'm making sure I get his credentials right, clinical professor of psychiatry at the UCLA School of Medicine. So I want everybody to take their hand, palm, you can face it towards you. We're gonna do a hand model of the brain. So the palm right here represents your brainstem. I'm going to explain all this, but just giving you a little overview. Your thumb right here, you're going to cover it over, represents the limbic system. And then your fingers represent your cortex, and they come over your thumb. So you make a little fist, and then your wrist arm is your body, your your spine. So ideally, you want all of those parts working together. In therapy, that's called the wise mind. So let me explain a little bit about what each part does, so you can kind of use this as a visual. So your palm is the brainstem, which is connected to the body, like I just talked about. This is the oldest part of the head brain. It takes in information from the body, helps our body regulate, like digest, rest, breathe, heart pumping, all those kind of automatic behaviors that you don't even think about. This is also the part of the brain where that fight, flight, freeze, fawn response happens. Some people will call that like the reptilian brain or caveman brain, because it's just like you just kind of go into that mode. You don't even think about it. And everybody kind of has a natural one they lean toward, or different situations could lend to different ones. The brainstem works closely with the limbic. That's your thumb. And this connects both. So the limbic is like in between, right? The brainstem and the cortex. Sorry. And so this is what basically helps us like with emotions, processing emotions, motivates us, kind of works with behaviors. That's what's going on in there. Then your fingers, cortex, which you might be most familiar with that term, right? That's like your thinking brain, where rational thought happens, planning, language. Okay, so all of that going on together. Makes sense so far? Okay, perfect. Okay, and some of you, again, might have some familiarity with that. But basically, like our goal is to be a part, like all integrated with the whole system. But Dr. Dan Siegel talks about this idea of you flip your lid. And so maybe you've heard of that expression before. That's kind of like when you get like, maybe you got triggered, you're angry, and all of a sudden you are like yelling at someone, and you're like, why am I doing this later? Because you're kind of living right here down in this brainstem, right? And then later you might be able to be like, take some breaths, walk away. So that's your limbic system coming back online. And then you're like, oh, I really need to apologize. Let me go back and talk through that, right? So we all have moments like that, right? Where we flip our lid, but then we're able to like work through things to calm our bodies and brains. However, when you've experienced trauma, you often live in this constant state of flipping your lid. So that's the next slide. I'm going to share just a few points about how trauma impacts the brain, and then we'll get into some healing things from that. Bear with me. You guys are doing great. So the brain changes in certain ways. And actually, you can like Google brain scans of people who've experienced trauma, and you can see like the impact of that on the brain. So in this thumb part, the limbic system, lives your amygdala, and your hippocampus. So the amygdala is basically the smoke alarm of the brain. Like it's the one that detects threats, and this becomes more heightened and sensitive after trauma. So things like loud noises, lots of people, like a car backfiring, like any of those things can like trigger someone who's experienced trauma immediately, because they're kind of like scanning for threats. This part is like always online right now, that amygdala. Then the hippocampus also here changes too. It actually shrinks, and this is stress hormones kill off cells in the hippocampus, making it less effective at processing emotions. And it like doesn't know then how to like sort emotions, sort memories. So these two, the hippocampus and amygdala, love talking to each other, and they kind of like are looking for those threats, looking for ways to stay safe, or how can I. So they're just in this constant state of alert emotionally, and even with past memories, right? And so this makes you think of flashbacks. That's where that occurs. Next, the prefrontal cortex shrinks as well. So that ability to process rational thoughts. So like, I don't know if you've ever been like upset and someone's saying, just calm down. And you're like, what? No, like that is not helpful, right? And that's because you can't just like talk your way out of these big emotions or out of this trauma. And then finally, like it has an impact on your whole nervous system, your body. They talk about there's actually 3 brains. So we've been talking about the head brain, but there's neurons surrounding your heart and neurons surrounding your intestines. And so all of those things kind of get triggered with trauma. Yeah, so you're in this constant state of alert. I think I did do that in 5 minutes, so thank you for bearing through that. Yes. Okay, so I want to just pause on that for a moment and see if there are any like thoughts or questions, and we are gonna break into a little bit of discussion group soon. But before we do that, let me just check in. Yeah, any thoughts, reflections, questions? I know it can be hard in a larger group, so it's okay if not. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to talk through that. But yes, I love that you already made that connection. Yep, like just kind of being aware of your body and integration. Yeah, and so, so that one is focusing a little bit more on that brainstem part. Yep, so you're kind of getting back into your body. Although, I mean, even when we get to the slide on like healing, like I separated out some things, but it was hard for me to even do that because some things like cross over, right? It's not always just all this one. Some things are, but yeah, but you're like kind of getting back into your body and present, but then that makes you present and aware. So it is, once you're back though in your body, that brainstem, then you're starting to be like, okay, I'm safe, like here's what's going on now. And then that turns on all those other things too. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. So, I mean, some people have had like the one trauma, right? You know, and then other people have had trauma after trauma. I will say trauma impacts everyone differently. So it really does depend. I'm sure there's people who know more about like all the neuroscience there too. I'm not a brain scientist, just want to point that out. But yeah, I have like right now 2 clients from Afghanistan, both male, have experienced very similar things in their life, and they are completely responding differently. Like what I'm doing with one is completely different from what I'm doing with the other. And so, yeah, but I mean, definitely if you're in a cycle of trauma, like you're constantly up here, right? But I will say some people who even had one can't get out of it. So it really does depend. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Yep. And I want to thank you. Yes, I'm not going to have you guys be counselors. You're not therapists. Well, some of you might be. Yes, some of you are. Yeah. So, no, I will not be encouraging you to do therapy. But yes, we'll be talking about how you can come alongside people to bring some healing. Are there any other questions? Because we can get into that next. Okay. Actually, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, yes, I totally agree. I think I just want to make a distinction between like acting as a therapist versus coming alongside someone in emotional regulation or in coping skills. Like, yes, you can definitely come alongside someone in that. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Right. Yeah, absolutely. So she was saying like, been treating anxiety and depression, but the root is trauma. So how do we then treat the trauma, which then can help with that anxiety and depression? Yeah, absolutely. Those are symptoms of the trauma. Yeah. Okay. Just because I realized what time it was, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So just there is hope. We can heal through neuroplasticity, which means our brains have built-in ability to heal and to relearn to process emotions. This happens through integration, reconnecting the various parts of our brain and body to one another. And this creates well-being within yourself, within your body, your mind, your heart, and then relationships with others, nature, the world around you. So I do want us to talk a little bit about how you all here can be a part of entering in at different points to help bring some healing. So we're going to break up into just little groups right near you, like, groups of 3 or 4. And I just want you to discuss like some of the things you've heard so far and how that, what thoughts you might be having. But what are just immediate thoughts you have about, the types of trauma that refugees have experienced, what we've been talking about trauma, and how you might be agents of bringing some healing or coming alongside people in that. I don't expect you to have all the answers right now. It's more just to kind of process a little bit verbally through some of it. So I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes. It won't be too long, but just say hello to your neighbor and chat through that for a couple minutes. I know, I'm like, it's 1:46. Yes. Just giving you a 1-minute warning. So sorry. I know it's short. I know. my gosh. Oh, sorry. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring it back. So go ahead and wrap up your sentence, conversation. This is my favorite part, so it is hard for me to shut you guys down. All right, I love how talkative you guys are being, which is great. And I know you've been sitting and listening a lot, but I also want to be sensitive to time and then, wrapping up in time. But hopefully, we got to meet some people, hopefully make some connections too. So just want to pause. Does anybody want to share any reflections or thoughts that came out of their group? Things that might have been helpful or insightful for you? Hang on one moment. Go ahead over here first. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I would say like, wow, that was a lot there. I don't know if everyone got to hear all of that. I don't know how I could summarize all of it. Basically, summarizing would be like being a bridge between different stories, different experiences, polarizing views, even